Beneath the ancient folded pages of the Classic of Mountains and Seas lies the shadow of a mysterious wise sage known as Wu Xian. He stands as the leader of the 10 witches of Lingshan and serves as the sacred spiritual medium bridging the mortal realm and the heavenly divine world. Tonight let us follow the lingering ancient fragrance of medicinal herbs and wander into his life steeped in spiritual wisdom and quiet transcendence. Amid these soft whispered narrations may you leave behind all earthly noise and drift into the serene dreamland of remote antiquity. If the primordial age of ancient China was a dream shimmering with countless stars, Wu Xian was the one who carefully recorded the orbits of those celestial lights. He was both a master healer who understood the secrets of life-death plants and herbs and a profound astrologer who could perceive the hidden mysteries of heavenly destiny. Tonight beside the softly flickering hearth flame we unfold the tale of how he communicated with divine beings and how he finally faded away into the boundless mist. Close your eyes and let your soul resonate with the quiet echoes of his destined life, a story you need not memorize yet will carry calm within your heart. Wu Xian's entire life was a long spiritual journey, walking steadily between divine transcendence and mortal humanity as the chief grand witch. He bore the full weight of humanity's deepest fears toward the unknown as well as all their hopes for blessing and survival. This is far more than a simple mythic legend. It is a midnight soliloquy woven from profound solitude and timeless wisdom. Sink into the soothing gentle rhythm of this tale and let the distant memories of Wu Xian cradle you into calm, peaceful slumber. Imagine an era long before written language fully shaped human civilization, when mortal souls reached toward the vast heavens with endless questions and longing. In those ancient days heaven and earth were not completely cut off from one another, and the faint invisible crack connecting the two realms rested in the hands of only a rare few. Among those few stood the most revered position belonging to one timeless name, Wu Xian. Tonight, accompanied by the softly dancing glow of the hearth, we step into the untold life of this legendary sage through this tranquil, unhurried story recorded within the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Wu Xian was not only the foremost among the 10 witches of Lingshan but also the earliest prophet who unlocked the hidden secrets of medicinal herbs and the wandering stars. Yet what stirs quiet contemplation far more than his divine powers is his sudden silence and disappearance after the great primordial flood as a sacred medium capable of conversing directly with the heavenly gods. Why did he choose to vanish into the fog of history at the moment when mortal civilization trembled in anxiety? On this quiet night, wrapped in the lingering aroma of wild herbs and healing plants, let us gently push open the half-hidden gate of sacred Lingshan Mountain. Lingshan was no ordinary mortal mountain. It stood as a divine ladder stretching upward from the mortal earth straight into the heavenly realm, and Wu Xian was the solemn guardian of this sacred passage. He often stood upon the highest summit of Lingshan, shrouded year-round in thick milky mist, while the air carried the bitter fresh fragrance of wild medicinal herbs. In those ancient times, tribal chieftains facing inexplicable plagues, natural disasters, or lingering incurable illnesses would travel countless miles to gather at the mountain foot, gazing upward in reverence at his solitary silhouette. Wu Xian's daily life was never filled with wild ritual dances as mortal imagination often pictured him. Instead, he dwelt in profound quiet stillness. For most of his days he would spend dozens of days and nights in quiet observation, merely to witness the subtle splitting of an unknown seed or record the slightest shifting path of the Big Dipper constellation. In his profound understanding, the will of the gods did not reside within thunderous rage or grand heavenly displays but hid within the tiny logical rhythms of all living nature. He was the first to discover how to draw healing essence from plant roots and leaves, using the residual warmth of gentle fire, crafting ancient remedies to soothe raging fevers and deadly mortal plagues. Whenever he descended from the mountain carrying a heavy basket brimming with gathered herbs, the mortal crowds looked upon him with both deep reverence and a quiet distant estrangement. For Grand Witch Wu Xian brought not only life-saving prescriptions but also solemn grand prophecies from the heavens, declaring that all living things follow their destined season and life and death abide by unbreakable natural law. This profound insight into the order of nature allowed Wu Xian to save countless mortal lives, yet also made him the first soul to taste the profound loneliness of ancient civilization. As Wu Xian's influence spread far and wide across the mortal lands, he was drawn into the swirling tides of earthly power, becoming the chief spiritual advisor beside the Yellow Emperor and later the ancient Shang kings. Yet this shift in identity marked the first profound fracture within his destined path. In the quiet solitude of Lingshan, he had only needed to walk alongside plants, herbs, stars, and wind. Now he was forced to navigate tangled mortal hearts, endless ambition, and ceaseless warfare. He began divining the outcome of battles and selecting rare immortal herbs for rulers consumed by the longing for eternal life. Through countless quiet late nights Wu Xian sat beside boiling medicinal cauldrons, the flickering firelight casting shadows across his increasingly gaunt weary face. He slowly came to realize that whenever he translated the solemn will of heaven into the victorious tidings mortal rulers longed to hear, the spiritual clarity within his own soul gradually faded away. He fell into a recurring haunting dream in which the sacred mist of Lingshan scattered away and the heavenly ladder connecting earth and heaven cracked inch by inch into ruin. He tried earnestly to remonstrate with the king's teaching that true healing lay not in plundering nature and waging war but in revering the land and living in harmony with all creation, yet his soft wise voice was drowned out by the clashing sound of iron weapons and endless ambition. Wu Xian sank into overwhelming self-doubt. If the truthful heavenly messages he carried fell upon deaf ears, what meaning remained in his existence as a divine medium? This inner pressure wore heavily upon his spirit, making him increasingly withdrawn and reclusive. He shut himself away for long stretches of time, speaking only to the withered branches and dried herbs filling his quiet chamber. The fateful turning point arrived in an extraordinarily bitter winter when a legendary severe drought cracked the vast central plains into fragmented parched earth. Mortals prayed desperately for falling rain, even resorting to brutal rituals of living sacrifice, their primitive cruel impulse filling Wu Xian with unprecedented dread. He firmly refused to preside over such bloody ceremonies, believing such acts were a grave sacrilege against the gods and the delicate balance of nature. On that storm swept night of howling wind and drifting snow, Wu Xian made the most pivotal decision of his long life. He would take away the ancient bamboo scrolls recording forbidden sacred knowledge and return alone to the seclusion of Lingshan. He no longer wished to be merely an ornament beneath mortal royal power. He longed to reclaim the part of himself that could truly listen to the whisper of wind, the rhythm of earth, and the voice of heaven. Yet on his journey of escape he was betrayed by disciples he had once trusted completely. Royal pursuers blocked his path amid the desolate wilderness. It was a moment of striking contrast. Lined with armed soldiers representing mortal order and brute force stood the white-haired Grand Witch, clutching his worn herb basket. Faced with the gleaming sharp spear points aimed toward him, Wu Xian did not call upon divine miracles or beg for mercy. He merely drew a plain dried herb from his robes, slowly placing it between his lips to chew. In his eyes there lingered no trace of fear, only pure clarity and quiet relief. He spoke calmly to his pursuers, "You may seize my mortal body, yet you shall never take away the deepest sorrows of this land nor the hidden wisdom of its healing." Wu Xian vanished from the mortal world. In the end, no one could confirm whether he perished amid that bitter snowstorm or successfully returned to the hidden peaks of Lingshan. Yet for centuries after his disappearance, folk legend spread of a mysterious healing herb named Xian Chao, said to soothe all restless anxious souls and calm troubled hearts. Historians have observed that after Wu Xian's passing, the ancient order of Grand Witches who wandered freely between heaven and earth rapidly faded away. It was a quiet choice made by mortal civilization. Humanity began to place trust in their own strength, mortal labor and earthly laws, no longer relying upon the soft whispered guidance of the stars. Wu Xian became the quiet keeper of the old spiritual era, his own disappearance marking the solemn end of an age of divine connection and intuitive spiritual perception. His vast knowledge was never lost entirely. Instead it divided and evolved into later disciplines of traditional medicine, astronomy, and philosophy, yet each separate branch lost the complete holistic spiritual wisdom he once embodied. At countless turning points throughout history, mortal hearts have silently called for the return of a soul like Wu Xian, longing for the quiet strength to reconcile humanity with nature and calm the restlessness of the world. Still, Wu Xian remained gentle and restrained, dwelling only within the yellowed fragmented pages of the classic of mountains and seas and curling wisps of medicinal steam rising from late-night brewing pots. This quiet, misunderstood solitude became his final armor, allowing him to rest peacefully hidden deep within the realm of myth and memory. The last precious gift he left to the world was not a royal scepter nor an immortal elixir, but a profound understanding of the beauty and power of tranquil stillness. Now we return to the quiet riddle of the divine medium posed in the opening of our tale. Wu Xian chose to step into silence, perhaps because he understood that the truest, deepest wisdom can never be fully spoken aloud. It can only be comprehended and cherished within quiet solitude. His life, wrapped in the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs, finally settled into the silhouette of a distant mountain stretching long and solemn beneath the setting sun. We need not memorize every achievement and deed he accomplished, we need only hold close the quiet sense of calm he carried down from ancient times. This night, this gentle inner strength can moisten parched weary hearts and anchor restless wandering thoughts. Just as Wu Xian once watched over the stars standing atop Lingshan's peak, you too are wrapped gently in the soft embrace of the night. All worldly conflict has drifted far away, all unsolved mysteries no longer demand hurried answers. Tonight let the faint fragrance of Wu Xian's medicinal Herbs drift quietly along the edge of your dreams. May your slumber be blessed with the clear wind of Lingshan, the steady glow of an unextinguished hearth, and the long-forgotten peace of ancient times. Sink into the warmth of this tale that needs no forced remembrance and drift into deep untroubled rest. Good night. When all the world sinks into perfect silence, Selene, goddess of the moon, glides across the night sky riding her silvery celestial carriage. Have you ever wondered why moonlight always falls so softly upon the eyes of sleeping souls? This is an ancient legend woven around eternity, quiet stillness, and a love that bears the tinge of selfish longing. Tonight let us descend alongside the gentle moonlight and step into a forgotten past known only to the realm of dreams. Deep within the secluded valley of Mount Latmos lies a mortal man who has slumbered for 3,000 long years. It is the cruelest yet most perfect gift Selene has bestowed upon him: eternal youth and an endless unbroken stream of dreams. This is far more than a simple tale of celestial beings. It is a midnight ode laced with profound loneliness and quiet companionship. Close your eyes, sink into the tender flow of the narration, and listen to the untold secret the moon goddess has never revealed to any living soul. Selene fell deeply in love with a mortal man, yet consumed by the fear of losing him she chose to trap him in everlasting slumber. Is this devotion a tender act of protection or another form of eternal confinement? On this calm night, when you need not strive to remember every detail of the tale, let your heart sink into peace beneath the glow of silvery moonlight. May Selene's lunar radiance light up the path of your dreams and wash away all worldly weariness, disturbance, and restless thoughts. Within the twinkling starry legends of ancient Greece there exists a secluded place where time itself has frozen completely. This sacred spot is Mount Latmos, nestled among quiet mountains and hidden valleys, where rests a handsome shepherd trapped in an endless sleep that has stretched across 3,000 years. His face never ages, his brow never furrows, and the steady rhythm of his breath remains unchanged, exactly as it was on that fateful night long ago. All of this traces back to an almost obsessive love held by one divine being, Selene, the timeless moon goddess of the Titan race. Each night she steers her moon chariot to patrol the mortal world, witnessing the endless cycle of birth, growth, aging, and death among humankind. Yet at the moment their fates intertwined, she could not bear the thought of her mortal beloved fading away with the passage of time, and begged the heavens to grant him an eternal dreamlike slumber. We are left to ponder whether this was an act of gentle salvation or a gilded silver cage of endless restraint. On this serene quiet night let us wander deep into the shadows cast by the moon and uncover the hidden answer lingering behind Selene's lonely figure. The pivotal turning point of the tale arrived on an ordinary night as Selene guided her white divine steeds across the mountain ridges. Just as she did every evening, soft silvery moonlight spilled over the grasslands of Mount Latmos, laying across the earth like a thin layer of frosted silver. It was then that her gaze fell upon Endymion. He was no grand king, no mighty hero, merely a young shepherd tending his flock upon the quiet hillside. Leaning against a rugged rock he drifted into a light nap, and the moonlight traced the flawless lines of his profile, a raw mortal vitality so captivating that even an eternal goddess could not help but hold her breath. Selene brought her celestial carriage to a gentle halt, suspended high in the night sky. Never before had she beheld such quiet beauty in a living being at rest. In that moment her immortal heart, which had beaten calmly through 10,000 years in the cold empty void of space, trembled with an emotion she had never known. She began lingering longer and longer each night, reluctant to depart, until the rosy glow of Eos, dawn goddess, painted the horizon and urged her to return to the heavens. She found herself falling deeply for this mortal soul, charmed by the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed, enchanted by his youthful radiance that time could so easily steal away from its very beginning. This love carried a quiet anxiety toward inevitable ruin, for Selene understood all too well that mortal life is as fleeting as morning dew, brief, fragile, and transient, a heartbreaking flaw she as an eternal goddess could never reconcile or endure. As countless quiet nights passed in gentle companionship, Selene's quiet anxiety slowly transformed into a tender form of selfish longing. She would descend from the heavens, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead while Endymion lingered between wakefulness and dream, the delicate touch filling her heart with bliss yet stirring quiet fear. She watched him stir awake, searching vaguely for the faint lingering scent left by her presence, and witnessed him mature gradually as the years slipped by. Selene grew increasingly terrified, dreading the day his bright eyes would grow dim and clouded with age, fearing his golden hair would turn white with the frost of passing time. Though she ruled over the tranquility of every night, she held no power to halt the relentless flow of time. Through countless lonely patrols across the starry sky, Selene finally made a life-altering decision that would bind both their fates forever. She chose not to grant Endymion immortality and divine status for the eternal life of a god is forever tangled in heavy responsibilities, endless conflict and ceaseless strife. All she desired was to freeze this perfect moment, forever preserving his pure unmarred beauty, keeping him solely and eternally hers. She journeyed to the throne of Zeus, king of the heavens, bowing in humble supplication to plead for an unnatural divine blessing. She begged him to cast Endymion into an unbreakable deep sleep, one from which he would never wake, in exchange granting him the gift of ageless, eternal youth. The moment Zeus nodded in assent, a strange silvery mist wrapped around the entire valley of Mount Latmos. On that quiet ordinary evening, Endymion closed his eyes to rest, just as he had done countless times before, yet he would never open them again. Selene descended gracefully from the moonlit sky, no longer hiding her affection. She embraced her beloved freely without restraint. The plants and grasses of the valley remained evergreen all year round, blessed endlessly by the lingering glow of moonlight, and the murmuring stream softened its flow, afraid of disturbing the endless dream of the slumbering shepherd. Every night Selene returns with her moon chariot, sitting quietly beside him, keeping watch over him as one tends an eternal unwavering flame. She whispers to her sleeping beloved of her loneliness wandering the empty heavens, recounts the winding paths of the stars, and pours out her quiet unease toward the shifting order of Olympus. Endymion became her only confidant, though he never spoke a word in reply. His steady peaceful breath alone was enough to offer her the companionship she craved, yet such perfect tranquility always carries a hidden price. To hold on to this frozen moment, Selene severed every bond connecting Endymion to the mortal world. He no longer had friends or family, no share in mortal joy, sorrow, laughter or tears, reduced to nothing more than a living, exquisitely carved statue trapped in endless stillness. Across the endless stretch of passing centuries, Selene's love endured countless bouts of self-doubt, inner struggle and quiet torment. There were nights she wondered if Endymion would hate her should he ever wake to behold a world utterly changed beyond recognition, yet he remained peacefully asleep, a faint soft smile lingering upon his lips, as if wandering through far happier realms within his dreams. Selene began to wonder if this endless slumber was itself a precious gift trapped in the dream world. He might still roam free as the shepherd he once loved. To sustain this unbroken dream, Selene paid a heavy personal cost. She must remain ever vigilant against the golden chariot of the sun god standing guard over the valley. At the moment day and night shift into one another, she grew quieter with each passing year, growing ever more attached to the cover of darkness, for only within the stillness of night could she hold her love completely undisturbed. The balance between them beneath the moonlight seemed utterly unequal, yet strangely harmonious. She stood as the exalted bestower of fate, while he remained the passive recipient of her will, a quiet prisoner of eternal rest. Yet together they formed the most peaceful, undisturbed corner of the world. Times changed, dynasties rose and fell, and the thrones of Olympus shifted time and again, yet the hidden valley of Mount Latmos remained untouched and unchanged. This quiet resilience against the flow of time set Selene apart from all other gods. She guarded not the order of the world, but a single frozen moment of perfect love. As the tale draws to its gentle close, we come to understand that Selene guarded far more than merely her mortal beloved. She preserved the possibility of eternal stillness, carving out a quiet sanctuary amid a chaotic, restless world, a place where weary souls could linger without the need to wake and face life's burdens. We now find the answer to the question posed at the start: was this tender devotion a loving protection or an inescapable gilded cage? To Selene these two sides were never truly divided, for love itself holds both the will to cherish and the urge to keep what one holds dear. For the slumbering shepherd, escaping the ravages of time, aging and sorrow, remaining forever young beneath the tender gaze of a loving goddess, may also be regarded as a quiet blessing. Even now, whenever we gaze up at the pale glowing moon drifting across the clouds, remember that Selene is hurrying toward her beloved valley. She lingers there still, her silvery gaze watching gently over every soul drifting off into peaceful dreams. You need not fret over trivial worries awaiting you at dawn, nor fear the uncertain changes of the future. Tonight let the moonlight keep watch over your spirit. Allow your breath to grow slow and steady, just as Endymion's does, and let all your wandering thoughts drift away with the lunar glow toward the quiet slopes of Mount Latmos. Sink deep into the boundless eternal stillness and drift into calm, untroubled slumber. Good night. Under the glowing haze of Victorian London, where carriage wheels echoed softly through rain-darkened streets and candlelight flickered behind tall mansion windows, a man named Alexis Soyer spent his life measuring the distance between hunger and luxury. The grand banquets of the aristocracy often seemed endless. Crystal glasses reflected golden firelight, while silver trays carried towering dishes through halls filled with music and laughter. Yet behind those magnificent feasts stood a quiet figure in a white chef's coat, his eyes carrying a fatigue that no applause could ever erase. Alexis Soyer, one of the most celebrated chefs of his era, devoted his entire existence to perfecting beauty on a plate, as though precision itself could calm the unrest inside his soul. Tonight, let the warmth of the fire soften the noise of the waking world. Let the distant clatter of kitchens fade into the background as we slowly walk beside him through the long corridors of his remarkable life. Long before the lavish dining rooms and noble titles, Sawyer knew only scarcity. The early years of his life were shaped by uncertainty and cold evenings where food was never guaranteed. While others viewed meals as ordinary moments, he understood them as survival itself. Hunger sharpened his senses. It taught him that flavor had power, that a carefully prepared dish could open doors that poverty had permanently sealed shut. As a young apprentice standing in dark kitchens heavy with smoke and steam, he watched older cooks move with ruthless discipline. Every herb was measured with care. Every sauce demanded patience. Mistakes were punished not with anger alone, but with humiliation. Yet instead of breaking beneath the pressure, Sawyer became fascinated by it. The kitchen was chaotic, but hidden inside that chaos was structure, and structure made him feel safe. Slowly, his obsession with perfection began to grow. He spent endless nights studying textures, temperatures, and proportions. While others slept, he reorganized recipes in his mind like an architect sketching blueprints for impossible buildings. To him, cooking was no longer about feeding the body. It became a way to control uncertainty itself. As the years passed, his talent carried him upward through the glittering world of Victorian society. Wealthy families competed for the privilege of having him prepare their dinners. Newspapers praised his brilliance. Nobles admired the elegance of his creations. In enormous kitchens illuminated by rows of open flames, Sawyer directed teams of cooks with almost military precision. But even at the height of his fame, there remained something restless behind his carefully composed expression. The louder the applause became, the more distant he seemed from the world around him. At grand banquets, while guests celebrated beneath chandeliers and orchestras played softly in the background, Sawyer often stood quietly in the shadows, watching the plates disappear one by one. The beauty he created lasted only moments before vanishing forever. Elaborate pastries collapsed beneath silver forks. Delicate sauces cooled and lost their shine. Entire evenings of labor dissolved into memory before midnight arrived. Perhaps that was the part that haunted him most. No matter how perfect the feast, it could never stay. So he began creating rules. Endless rules. Rules for sauces, for preparation, for service, for timing, for presentation. He believed that if every detail could be controlled, then maybe something lasting could finally emerge from the chaos of life. In many ways, the kitchen became his sanctuary against a world that constantly changed beyond his reach. Yet perfection is a lonely companion. The more he demanded from himself, the more isolated he became from ordinary happiness. Friends saw brilliance in him, but rarely peace. Even in rooms filled with admiration, there remained a quiet sadness following him like a shadow beneath candlelight. Late at night, after the final guests had gone home and the fires burned low, Sawyer would sometimes walk alone through the empty kitchen halls. Copper pots hung silently above cooling stoves. The scent of butter and wine still lingered faintly in the air. In those quiet hours, without the noise of society surrounding him, he was no longer the legendary chef of London. He was simply a tired man trying to understand why success had never fully quieted the ache inside his heart. Still, he continued cooking. Not because fame demanded it, but because somewhere deep within him, he still believed that warmth could be created through care. He believed that a meal shared beneath soft light could momentarily ease the loneliness carried by another human soul. And perhaps that belief was the purest thing about him. As time moved forward, the world around him changed rapidly. New tastes emerged. Old traditions faded. The grand certainty of Victorian luxury slowly began to crack beneath the weight of a modern age. Sawyer watched the shifting world with quiet sorrow, sensing that even the systems he built so carefully could not last forever. But he refused to surrender his dignity. Even in decline, he carried himself with the same elegance that once made him legendary. He continued refining recipes. Continued polishing details. Continued searching for harmony in a world that no longer valued patience the way it once had. There was something deeply human about that resistance. Not the resistance of pride alone, but but the resistance of someone unwilling to let beauty disappear without a fight. In the final chapters of his life, exhaustion settled gently over him like winter fog over London streets. The grand kitchens became quieter. The applause more distant. Yet somewhere beneath the fading glory, there remained a strange kind of peace. Perhaps because he finally understood something that had escaped him for years. Perfection was never the true purpose. The warmth of food was never meant to live forever. Its beauty existed precisely because it vanished. Like candlelight. Like music. Like snowfall melting against the palms of your hands. The fleeting nature of those moments was what made them precious. And so, beneath the dim glow of a dying fire, Alexis Soyer slowly released the impossible burden he had carried for so long. The burden of needing everything to be flawless. Tonight, as the world outside grows quieter and sleep slowly drifts toward you, let his story remind you of something gentle. Life does not ask for perfection. Not every mistake needs correcting. Not every moment needs mastering. Sometimes warmth is enough. Sometimes a simple meal, a quiet room, and the soft sound of rain against distant windows are already more than enough to carry a weary soul through the night. So let the noise fade now. Let the endless pressure loosen its grip. And like the old chef walking silently through the final embers of his kitchen, allow yourself to rest at last beneath the comforting glow of the darkened evening. The night is deep now. The fire is low. And somewhere far away, in the memory of those forgotten Victorian kitchens, the last scent of butter and smoke still lingers softly in the air, waiting to guide you gently into sleep. When the grand restaurants of Europe finally fell silent after midnight, when the final glasses had been polished and the last candle dimmed into darkness, there was still one presence quietly lingering in the kitchens long after the noise had faded. Auguste Escoffier, the architect of modern French cuisine, believed that beauty could only emerge from order. While others saw chaos in the heat and clamor of the kitchen, he saw the possibility of harmony. To him, every movement, every sauce, every precise cut of a knife belonged to a larger rhythm, one that could transform disorder into something almost musical. Tonight, let the soft glow of the fire guide us gently into his world. Leave behind the hurried anxieties of the day. And together, let us step into the calm and disciplined universe of a man who spent his entire life searching for perfection not through excess, but through balance, restraint, and quiet devotion. Long before he became known across Europe, Escoffier was simply a boy growing up in southern France, surrounded by the aromas of herbs, warm bread, simmering stock, and fresh vegetables gathered from nearby markets. His childhood was modest, far removed from the glittering dining rooms that would later celebrate his genius. Yet even then, he seemed drawn toward structure. While the world around him often felt uncertain and unpredictable, the kitchen offered something comforting. Recipes followed patterns. Ingredients responded to care and patience. Heat transformed rawness into nourishment with almost magical consistency. As a young apprentice, he entered the demanding world of professional kitchens, and there he encountered conditions that were brutal beyond imagination. The kitchens of 19th-century Europe were loud, disorganized, overheated places filled with exhaustion and tempers sharpened by pressure. Cooks shouted over one another. Orders arrived endlessly. Mistakes were punished harshly. The atmosphere resembled a battlefield more than a place devoted to hospitality. But Escoffier did not surrender to the chaos. Instead, he began quietly observing everything around him. He noticed how confusion wasted energy, how disorder damaged not only the food but also the spirits of the people preparing it. Slowly, methodically, he started reorganizing the kitchen itself. He divided responsibilities clearly among cooks, assigning each person a precise role. Sauces belonged to one station. Roasted meats to another. Pastries to their own careful corner. Like a conductor arranging musicians within an orchestra, he transformed the kitchen into a coordinated system where each movement served a larger harmony. This innovation would later become known as the brigade system, and it forever changed professional cooking across the world. Yet Escoffier's obsession with order was never simply about efficiency. Beneath it lived something deeply human. He understood how fragile people become when surrounded by constant instability. In creating structure within the kitchen, he was also creating a form of safety. Predictability became a shield against chaos. Discipline became a quiet kind of peace. As his reputation grew, Escoffier found himself cooking for royalty, aristocrats, and the wealthy elite of Europe. Alongside the legendary hotelier César Ritz, he helped redefine luxury dining inside the grand hotels of Paris and London. Lavish dining rooms glowed beneath chandeliers while guests in elegant clothing waited to experience meals unlike anything they had known before. But while others became intoxicated by fame and status, Escoffier remained strangely restrained. He rarely sought the spotlight. He preferred the controlled silence of the kitchen to the applause of dining halls. For him, the true satisfaction did not come from admiration. It came from the moment when every element aligned perfectly, the sauce balanced, the timing exact, the flavors harmonious without excess. There was something almost spiritual in the way he approached food. He simplified many traditional French dishes that had once been burdened by unnecessary heaviness and decoration. He believed elegance did not require chaos or extravagance. A single carefully prepared dish could express more truth than a table overloaded with luxury. In many ways, his cooking reflected his philosophy of life itself. Restraint carried dignity. Precision carried beauty. Calmness carried strength. And still, beneath that remarkable composure, there remained a quiet loneliness. Perfection often isolates the people who pursue it most deeply. Night after night, Escoffier stood watching his kitchens operate with machine-like precision, yet he himself remained slightly apart from the movement he created. He communicated through flavor more easily than through emotion. Butter, stock, herbs, reductions, delicate garnishes, these became his language. The kitchen was where he understood the world best, where uncertainty could finally be measured, organized, and softened into something manageable. As years passed, the world around him continued changing. Empires shifted. Wars scarred Europe. Entire generations rose and disappeared. Yet Escoffier remained devoted to his quiet rituals. Even in old age, he continued reviewing recipes, refining techniques, recording details with extraordinary care. Late at night, beneath soft lamplight, he would study his notes with the same patience he had carried since youth, as though the recipes themselves had become companions accompanying him through time. There was a gentleness hidden inside his discipline that many people failed to notice. Though strict in standards, he also believed deeply in professionalism, respect, and dignity within the kitchen. He sought to elevate the role of chefs from rough laborers into respected craftsmen. In doing so, he gave countless cooks around the world not only methods, but also pride in their work. Unlike many brilliant figures consumed by dramatic passions, Escoffier's life moved with remarkable steadiness. He did not chase scandal or spectacle. His greatness emerged quietly, through repetition, consistency, and unwavering dedication. His legacy was not built through noise, but through calm persistence repeated over decades. Perhaps that is why his story feels so comforting tonight. In a world that constantly urges speed, excess, and endless stimulation, there is something deeply soothing about a man who devoted his life to balance. He reminds us that order does not have to feel cold. Sometimes order is warmth. Sometimes routine is healing. Sometimes the careful preparation of a meal, repeated with patience and care, becomes its own form of peace. As the fire beside us begins to soften into glowing embers, imagine one final image of Escoffier standing alone in a silent kitchen after midnight. The guests have gone home. The dishes are complete. The noise has faded entirely. All that remains is the quiet scent of butter and herbs lingering gently in the air. He looks over the stillness with calm satisfaction, knowing that for one evening, at least, everything found its proper place. And perhaps tonight, you can too. Let the noise inside your thoughts settle slowly into silence. Let go of the need to control every uncertainty of tomorrow. Like the steady rhythm of Escoffier's kitchen, allow your breathing to become calm, measured, and soft. The night is deep now. The lamps are dim. Somewhere far away, another quiet kitchen rests beneath the sleeping world. Close your eyes and drift gently into sleep, wrapped in the peaceful order of a world that, for this moment, asks nothing more of you than rest. As the neon lights slowly fade and the restless city drifts into sleep, there are still a few wandering souls somewhere beneath the midnight sky, searching for warmth in unfamiliar places. Anthony Bourdain was one of those souls. He walked through crowded markets, quiet fishing villages, dimly lit alleyways, and kitchens filled with steam and noise, carrying with him a curiosity that never truly rested. To the world, he was a traveler, a chef, a storyteller. But beneath all of that, he was simply a man trying to understand how people survive loneliness, longing, and the passage of time through the comfort of food and human connection. Tonight, let the soft glow of the fire guide us gently into his world. Let the noise of the day fall away. And together, let us follow the footsteps of a man who spent his life searching for belonging across oceans, cultures, and countless dinner tables. Before the cameras and international fame, Anthony Bourdain was just another exhausted cook in the chaotic kitchens of New York City. The heat was relentless. The air smelled of butter, smoke, wine, and fatigue. Plates crashed against metal counters while cooks shouted over the roar of flames. Day after day, he moved through the same narrow corridors of pressure and repetition, feeling as though life was shrinking into a single cramped room. Yet even then, he noticed something others often ignored. In the middle of all that exhaustion, food still carried emotion. A simple bowl of soup could remind someone of childhood. A carefully prepared meal could repair silence between strangers. Late at night, after the restaurants closed and the city quieted down, he would sit among tired cooks sharing cheap drinks and stories, realizing that kitchens were not merely places where food was prepared. They were places where people revealed themselves honestly, stripped of masks and performance. When he finally began writing about the hidden reality of restaurant life, people listened because his words carried truth. He did not romanticize the struggle. He spoke openly about addiction, ambition, loneliness, and the strange brotherhood that existed behind kitchen doors. That honesty became the beginning of a new life. Slowly, the weary cook transformed into a traveler whose hunger was no longer limited to food. He wanted to understand people themselves. As he journeyed across the world, Anthony Bourdain avoided luxury whenever he could. He preferred plastic stools on crowded sidewalks over expensive dining halls. He sat beside fishermen drinking hot broth before sunrise. He shared meals with grandmothers whose recipes had survived generations of hardship. He wandered through places many travelers overlooked entirely, believing that the soul of a country could often be found not in monuments, but in the meals quietly shared by ordinary people. In Vietnam, he sat beneath hanging lanterns while scooters hummed through the night air and bowls of steaming noodles filled the streets with fragrance. In Japan, he admired the discipline and silence hidden inside careful craftsmanship. In small villages across South America, Africa, and the Middle East, he listened more than he spoke. He understood that food was never only about flavor. Every recipe carried memory. Every spice carried history. Every shared table carried the invisible weight of migration, war, celebration, survival, and love. What made Anthony Bourdain different was the way he treated people. He did not arrive as someone seeking to judge or conquer unfamiliar cultures. He arrived humbly, willing to sit down and listen. Whether he was eating with wealthy chefs or families living in poverty, he offered the same attention and respect. He understood that dignity often reveals itself most clearly around a table. Over time, however, the endless movement began to leave its mark on him. Airports blurred together. Hotel rooms became temporary shelters filled with silence. The farther he traveled, the harder it became to define where home truly was. Millions admired him, yet admiration can sometimes deepen loneliness instead of healing it. After the cameras stopped rolling and the crowds disappeared, he often returned to empty rooms where the quiet felt heavier than any noise. There were nights when even the most beautiful cities felt cold to him. He had seen too much of the world to believe in simple answers anymore. He had witnessed extraordinary kindness in places scarred by suffering, but he had also seen how fragile happiness could be. The more deeply he connected with humanity, the more intensely he seemed to feel its pain. And still, he kept traveling. Perhaps because movement itself became the only place where he felt truly alive. There was something deeply poetic about the way Anthony Bourdain moved through the world. He never pretended life was easy. He never promised that adventure alone could heal sadness. Instead, he offered something gentler and more honest. He reminded people that even in a fractured world, moments of connection are still possible. A shared meal between strangers. A laugh echoing through a crowded kitchen. The warmth of bread passed across a table. The quiet understanding that, despite different languages and histories, human beings are not as distant from one another as they often appear. As the years passed, a certain exhaustion began to settle behind his eyes. Those closest to him sometimes noticed it in the pauses between his words, in the way his smile occasionally carried an almost invisible sadness. He had spent so much of his life searching for meaning in distant places that perhaps he forgot how difficult it can be to offer that same compassion to oneself. Yet even now, long after his journey ended, his presence still lingers in the stories he left behind. It lingers in bustling street markets illuminated by soft evening light. It lingers in old cafes where strangers still gather to speak honestly for a little while. It lingers in kitchens where tired cooks continue working beneath the glow of midnight lamps. Most of all, it lingers in the comforting realization that food is never just food. It is memory. It is identity. It is love surviving in ordinary forms. Tonight, as the fire grows softer and the world outside becomes still, let Anthony Bourdain's story settle gently over your thoughts like distant music drifting through the dark. Let go of the pressure to have everything figured out. Let go of the endless noise of modern life. Like him, perhaps we are all travelers in some way, searching for places and people that make us feel less alone. And maybe peace is not found in finally arriving somewhere perfect. Maybe peace lives inside those fleeting moments of warmth we discover along the way. The night is deep now. The roads are quiet. Somewhere far beyond the sleeping cities, the world continues turning beneath the stars. Close your eyes and rest. Let every distant street, every glowing kitchen, every quiet human story carry you gently into sleep. The streets of Paris were cold long before they ever became beautiful to him. As a young boy wandering through narrow alleys soaked in rain and smoke, Antoine Carême knew hunger more intimately than comfort. The city around him glittered with chandeliers, velvet curtains, and royal banquets hidden behind tall windows, yet he remained outside, watching silently from the darkness. He could smell roasted meats drifting into the night air. He could hear laughter echoing from dining halls filled with aristocrats who would never know his name. And somewhere deep within that abandoned child, a quiet dream began to take shape. Tonight, let us sit beside the fading warmth of the fire and walk slowly into the life of the man who would one day become known as the king of chefs and the chef of kings. Let the noise of the modern world soften for a while. Let the clatter of dishes, the glow of candlelight, and the rhythm of a Parisian kitchen carry you gently into this dreamlike story of ambition, beauty, and longing. Antoine Carême was born into chaos during one of the most unstable periods in French history. Poverty wrapped itself around his childhood like winter fog. At an age when most children still searched for comfort in their parents' voices, he was already learning how to survive alone in the streets of Paris. Legend says his father abandoned him during the height of hardship, leaving him to find his own way in a city that rarely showed mercy to the weak. But perhaps it was there, in the silence of hunger, that his extraordinary sensitivity first awakened. While others rushed through crowded markets, young Carême lingered outside pastry shops and grand restaurants. He stared not only at the food, but at the order behind it. The symmetry of desserts. The precision of silverware placed beside porcelain plates. The quiet authority hidden within elegance itself. To him, food was never simply nourishment. It was architecture. It was control. It was a way of transforming suffering into beauty. As an apprentice in small kitchens, he worked tirelessly through endless nights surrounded by smoke, flour, and blistering heat. The world inside those kitchens was brutal. Mistakes were unforgiving. Perfection was demanded without mercy. Yet Carême moved through this pressure with almost spiritual devotion. While others saw recipes, he saw possibilities. While others baked pastries, he built monuments from sugar and cream. Soon his creations began attracting the attention of powerful figures across France. His towering sugar sculptures resembled cathedrals, palaces, and ancient ruins. Each dessert seemed less like food and more like a fragile dream rising from the table. When the influential diplomat Charles Maurice de Talleyrand tasted Karim's work, he immediately recognized that this young chef possessed something extraordinary. Karim was not merely cooking meals. He was creating edible theater for the ruling class of Europe. In the grand halls of Parisian nobility, where political alliances were formed over candlelit dinners, Karim quietly became one of the most influential artists of his era. Kings, emperors, and aristocrats competed for the privilege of having him prepare their banquets. His kitchen served Napoleon's France, British royalty, Russian nobility, and the wealthy Rothschild family. Every sauce was measured with obsessive care. Every garnish carried intention. Every plate became a reflection of order in a world constantly threatened by war and instability. Yet beneath the luxury and applause, the lonely child inside him never fully disappeared. The more refined his creations became, the more distant he seemed from ordinary life. While guests admired the beauty of his banquets, Karim often remained hidden behind kitchen doors, exhausted beneath layers of steam and firelight. His hands became marked by burns and knife scars. His lungs weakened from years spent breathing smoke from charcoal stoves. Perfection demanded sacrifice, and he gave nearly everything he had to pursue it. What made Karim remarkable was not simply his talent, but his relentless desire to organize chaos into harmony. French cuisine during his time was often extravagant yet disordered. He changed that forever. He categorized sauces, refined culinary techniques, and established systems that would shape haute cuisine for generations. To later chefs, he became more than a cook. He became an architect of modern gastronomy itself. But even as his influence spread across Europe, an invisible emptiness followed him quietly through every magnificent dining room. Perhaps he believed that if every detail became flawless enough, the wounds of his childhood might finally disappear. Perhaps he hoped that beauty itself could become a kind of shelter. Yet perfection is a lonely place to live. The closer he came to mastering elegance, the more fragile and temporary it all seemed. In his later years, Karim grew quieter. The endless banquets that once dazzled him began to feel strangely hollow. He had spent his entire life feeding emperors and aristocrats, yet true peace always remained just beyond reach. The candles burned low after every feast. The guests always left. The delicate sculptures eventually melted or collapsed. Even greatness could not escape time. And still, there was something profoundly beautiful in the way he continued creating. Not because he believed perfection could last forever, but because the act of creating beauty itself gave meaning to suffering. Inside the heat of the kitchen, surrounded by copper pans and fading firelight, Antoine Karim transformed pain into art over and over again. Tonight, as the world grows quiet around you, imagine the distant glow of a Parisian kitchen long after midnight. Imagine the sound of knives gently tapping against wooden boards. Imagine the scent of butter, cream, roasted herbs, and warm bread drifting softly through dark hallways. Somewhere within that golden light stands a solitary figure in a white chef's coat, carefully arranging one final plate as snow falls silently beyond the windows of Paris. His life reminds us that elegance is not always born from comfort. Sometimes it emerges from longing. From hunger. From the desperate human desire to create something beautiful in a world that often feels cold and uncertain. And perhaps that is why his story still lingers centuries later like the final warmth of a dying fire. Because beneath the towering desserts, the royal banquets, and the perfection of French cuisine, there was always a lonely soul searching for belonging. Now the candles are fading. The kitchens have fallen silent. Paris sleeps beneath the deep blue veil of night. So let your thoughts grow quiet as well. Set down the burdens you carried through the day. And like Antoine Karim standing alone beside the warmth of the stove, allow yourself, at last, to rest peacefully within the gentle stillness of the night. When the city finally fell asleep and the damp London streets disappeared beneath the drifting midnight fog, a faint scent of roasted meat still lingered in the air like the final warmth of a fading dream. Behind the glowing windows of a narrow old house sat Charles Lamb, quietly turning the yellowed pages of a worn notebook while the fire crackled softly beside him. The shadows of the flames danced across the walls, illuminating stacks of old books, half-finished letters, and silver cutlery polished smooth by years of careful use. Charles Lamb never belonged to the world of grand heroes or powerful men. His life was not filled with glorious adventures or triumphant victories. Instead, it unfolded slowly through ordinary evenings, humble dinners, long conversations with old friends, and the quiet endurance of sorrow. Yet somehow, within those small and almost invisible moments, he discovered a kind of beauty that many people spend their entire lives searching for. During the day, he worked endlessly in a crowded office, surrounded by dusty ledgers and endless paperwork. The routine drained him little by little, as though every passing hour stole another fragment of his spirit. The noise of the city, the pressure of responsibility, and the dull repetition of ordinary life often left him feeling trapped inside a machine that never stopped moving. But every evening, after the long exhaustion of work, he would return home and reclaim the small world that still belonged entirely to him. There, beside the fireplace, life moved more slowly. The kettle hummed softly over the fire. Butter melted across warm bread. A simple roast turned golden in the oven while the smell of herbs and smoke drifted through the room like an old memory. Those quiet rituals became sacred to him. In the glow of candlelight, even the simplest meal carried a strange and comforting dignity. To Charles Lamb, food was never only food. A warm supper was proof that tenderness could still survive in a difficult world. The sound of a knife against a wooden table, the scent of wine slowly filling the room, the first bite of roasted chestnuts on a cold evening, these things grounded him when life threatened to pull him apart. He wrote about such moments with extraordinary care because he understood something many people overlook. Human beings do not survive on ambition alone. Sometimes they survive because of tiny comforts. Because of warmth. Because of routine. Because somewhere in the darkness there is still a table waiting for them at the end of the night. Yet beneath his gentle observations lived a deep and quiet sadness. For most of his life, Charles carried the burden of caring for his beloved sister Mary, whose fragile mind often slipped into terrifying storms of confusion and despair. The weight of that responsibility followed him everywhere. It shaped the rhythm of his days and shadowed even his happiest moments. Many people in his position would have become bitter or cold. But Charles Lamb grew softer instead. Pain sharpened his ability to notice kindness. He became deeply sensitive to every small comfort life offered him. A shared drink with a friend. The soft creak of an old chair. Rain tapping gently against the window while soup simmered slowly over the fire. Those details mattered to him because he understood how fragile peace could be. At night, when the world finally became quiet, he would sit alone beside the candlelight and write. His essays wandered through memories, meals, forgotten streets, childhood dreams, and evenings spent laughing with companions long gone. He transformed ordinary experiences into something strangely timeless. Reading his words feels less like reading literature and more like listening to someone breathe calmly beside you in the dark. There is no rush in his writing. No desperate need to impress. Only warmth. Only patience. Only the gentle voice of a man trying to preserve small pieces of happiness before time carried them away forever. As the years passed, Charles Lamb remained devoted to those quiet pleasures. He never chased fame with the hunger of other writers. He preferred old taverns to grand salons, simple dinners to luxurious feasts, intimate conversations to public applause. He found peace in familiarity. The scent of old paper. The glow of the fireplace. The sound of glasses softly touching during late-night conversations. Even in moments of exhaustion, he continued searching for beauty in the smallest corners of life. Perhaps that was his greatest gift. He taught people that comfort does not always arrive through extraordinary events. Sometimes it appears quietly, in the form of warm bread, candlelight, and a familiar voice saying your name at the end of a long day. His essays became shelters for tired souls. And even now, centuries later, they still carry that same softness. Tonight, as the fire slowly fades and the room grows heavier with silence, it is easy to imagine Charles Lamb still sitting there in that dim old house, smiling gently to himself while the final embers glow beside him. A half-empty glass of wine rests near his hand. Outside, London disappears beneath the mist. Inside, the warmth remains. His life reminds us that peace is rarely found in perfection. More often, it lives quietly inside ordinary rituals we almost forget to notice. A meal shared slowly. A quiet room at midnight. A story told beside the fire. A moment where nothing needs to be proven and nowhere else needs to be reached. So tonight, let yourself rest. Let the noise of the world drift farther away. Allow the warmth of these old candlelit rooms, these simple meals, and these gentle memories to soften the weight you have been carrying. And as sleep slowly approaches, may you find comfort in the same quiet truth Charles Lamb discovered long ago. Even in a difficult life, there is still beauty waiting beside the fire. Far away from the hurried noise of modern life, beneath the warm golden light of the Tuscan countryside, a man named Francis Mays slowly learned how to begin again. The vineyard stretched endlessly beneath the afternoon sun, their leaves trembling gently in the breeze like waves moving across an emerald sea. Ancient stone houses rested quietly among olive groves, carrying centuries of silence within their cracked walls. Somewhere in the distance, church bells drifted softly across the hills, dissolving into the scent of rosemary, rain-soaked earth, and freshly baked bread. It was here, in this old and weathered landscape, that Francis Mays arrived carrying the invisible weight of a life that no longer felt like his own. Tonight, let the fire burn low and warm beside you. Let the noise of unfinished responsibilities fade into the background. And as the night deepens, walk slowly beside him into a story about courage, loneliness, healing, and the quiet miracle of starting over. Before Tuscany, his life had become a long repetition of exhaustion. Days blurred together beneath obligations, expectations, and routines that once seemed meaningful but now felt hollow. The familiar streets he walked each morning no longer offered comfort. Even success had begun to feel strangely lifeless, like a beautifully decorated room with no warmth inside it. There are moments in life when a person realizes they have been surviving for too long without truly living. For Francis, that realization arrived quietly. Not as a dramatic collapse, but as a slow ache that settled deeper into his spirit with each passing year. So when the opportunity came to travel to Italy, he accepted almost without understanding why. Perhaps some hidden part of him already knew that his soul was searching for a different rhythm, one untouched by urgency and noise. The journey to Tuscany felt unreal at first. The roads twisted through rolling hills lined with cypress trees. Old villages clung to mountaintops like forgotten memories. Everywhere he looked, there was evidence of time moving slowly and patiently rather than rushing forward. And then he found the house. It was old, neglected, and crumbling beneath the weight of decades. Pieces of plaster had fallen from the walls. The shutters barely moved. Wild vines wrapped themselves around the stone exterior as though nature itself had begun reclaiming it. Most people would have seen only ruin. But Francis saw something else. He saw possibility. Perhaps because, in many ways, the house resembled his own exhausted heart. Broken things often recognize one another. He bought the house almost impulsively, though fear followed immediately after. There were endless repairs to make. The roof leaked during storms. The plumbing barely functioned. Dust covered every forgotten corner. Yet each morning, as sunlight spilled across the old stone floors, he found himself feeling calmer than he had in years. Repairing the house became more than physical labor. It became a quiet conversation between himself and the land around him. With every cracked wall restored, something inside him also began to heal. As workers rebuilt ancient beams and cleared overgrown gardens, Francis slowly rebuilt his own sense of belonging. The process was slow, frustrating at times, and filled with uncertainty, but Tuscany itself seemed to whisper a lesson he had spent his entire life avoiding. Not everything beautiful must happen quickly. In the countryside, time moved differently. Meals were never rushed. Neighbors gathered for long conversations beneath fading evening light. Fresh tomatoes rested on kitchen tables beside olive oil poured carefully into shallow bowls. Bread was torn slowly by hand. Wine was sipped patiently while stories wandered freely through the night air. Francis began learning these rhythms one by one. At first, he simply observed them. Then gradually, he allowed himself to participate. He learned how deeply food could connect people to the earth beneath their feet. A simple bowl of pasta carried generations of memory inside it. Olive trees older than entire nations still stood patiently across the hillsides. Even the act of cooking became something sacred rather than hurried. For the first time in many years, he stopped living only inside his thoughts. He began living inside moments. Morning sunlight warming the kitchen walls. Rain tapping softly against terracotta rooftops. The scent of garlic drifting through open windows. The sound of distant laughter rising from neighboring gardens at dusk. Little by little, Tuscany softened the sharp edges of his loneliness. The people around him also changed him in quiet ways. Farmers taught him patience. Elderly neighbors taught him hospitality. Craftsmen repairing the house taught him respect for slow work done with care. Nobody seemed interested in perfection there. Life was allowed to be unfinished, imperfect, and beautifully human. That realization freed him more than he expected. For years, he had believed happiness was something achieved through accomplishment. But in Tuscany, happiness often arrived through ordinary moments so small they almost disappeared if you looked too quickly. A shared meal beneath candlelight. Fresh figs resting on a wooden table. Warm laundry moving gently in the wind. An evening sky turning gold over distant vineyards. These simple experiences began restoring something modern life had quietly stolen from him. Peace. As the years passed, the once ruined villa slowly transformed into a living home filled with warmth and memory. Vines climbed across restored stone walls. Herbs grew wild beside the garden path. The house no longer felt abandoned. Neither did he. There were still difficult days, of course. Loneliness did not vanish completely. Doubt still visited him from time to time, especially during long silent evenings. But now, instead of fearing solitude, he learned how to rest inside it. He discovered that beginning again does not require becoming someone entirely new. Sometimes it simply means returning to the version of yourself that existed before exhaustion took hold. Sitting on the balcony years later, overlooking the soft green hills of Tuscany, Francis often reflected on the strange path that had brought him there. The man who once felt trapped inside a life without meaning had somehow found peace in cracked stone walls, old vineyards, and slow-cooked meals shared beneath fading sunsets. The countryside had not erased his pain. It had simply taught him how to carry it gently. And perhaps that is what healing truly is. Not forgetting the past, but learning how to live beside it without letting it consume your spirit. Tonight, as the fire beside you burns softer and the world grows quieter, let this story settle gently into your thoughts. You do not need to have everything figured out. You do not need to rush toward some perfect destination. There may still be a quiet place waiting for you somewhere in this vast world. A place where your breathing slows. A place where your heart finally unclenches. A place where you can sit beneath warm light, hear distant whine through the trees, and remember what it feels like to simply exist without fear. And as sleep slowly approaches, let yourself drift there now. Into the hills of Tuscany. Into the scent of olive oil and earth after rain. Into the soft glow of candlelight dancing against old stone walls. Into the comforting silence of a life no longer racing against itself. The night is deep now. The vineyards are quiet. And somewhere far away beneath the endless Italian stars, an old house still glows softly in the dark, waiting patiently for weary souls to come home at last. As midnight settles over the silent halls of Versailles, the chandeliers that once reflected endless luxury now exist only as fading echoes in history. Somewhere beyond those towering mirrors and polished marble corridors stood a young woman dressed in silk and diamonds, carrying the unbearable weight of a kingdom already beginning to collapse beneath her feet. Marie Antoinette, remembered by many as a symbol of excess and indifference, was in truth far more fragile, lonely, and human than the myths that surrounded her. Tonight, let the soft glow of the fire guide us gently into her world. Let the noise of judgment fall away for a while. And together, let us walk through the fading corridors of Versailles to meet the woman hidden beneath the powdered wigs, jeweled gowns, and endless rumors. Behind the spectacle was not a monster of history, but a soul caught between innocence, privilege, and the merciless machinery of revolution. Long before the world would come to despise her, Marie Antoinette was simply a young Austrian archduchess raised among music, gardens, and laughter. She arrived in France as a teenager, carried across borders not by love, but by politics. Her marriage to the future King of France was designed to strengthen alliances between nations, and from the moment she entered Versailles, her life ceased to belong to herself. Versailles was not merely a palace. It was a stage upon which every gesture, every glance, every whispered conversation carried political consequence. The palace glittered with impossible beauty. Golden walls reflected candlelight like captured sunlight. Endless banquets overflowed with pastries, wine, and delicate silverware. Musicians played through the night while nobles dressed in fabrics so intricate they resembled living paintings. Yet beneath that beauty lived suffocating control. Marie Antoinette quickly discovered that even the smallest parts of her daily life were observed. Courtiers watched how she dressed, how she walked, how she spoke, and even how she greeted the morning. Privacy barely existed within the palace walls. Every smile could become gossip. Every silence could become suspicion. She had entered a world where appearances mattered more than truth, and where loneliness often hid beneath magnificent decoration. At first, she tried to escape that pressure through pleasure. She surrounded herself with fashion, music, gambling, elaborate hairstyles, and extravagant celebrations. She danced late into the night beneath crystal chandeliers, hoping perhaps that joy could drown out the emptiness quietly growing inside her. But the more she indulged in the glittering distractions of court life, the more distant she became from the suffering outside Versailles. France itself was changing. Poverty spread through the streets of Paris like a slow-moving storm. Bread became scarce. Anger grew heavier with each passing season. While ordinary citizens struggled to survive, rumors about the Queen multiplied endlessly. Pamphlets mocked her extravagance. Paintings exaggerated her vanity. Lies spread faster than truth ever could. And then came the sentence history would forever attach to her name. Let them eat cake. There is little evidence Marie Antoinette ever actually spoke those words. The phrase existed long before she arrived in France, yet history placed it upon her shoulders because it perfectly matched the image people wished to believe. She became less of a woman and more of a symbol. To a starving nation, she represented distance, privilege, and indifference. In times of despair, societies often search for a face to blame, and hers became the easiest target. Still, Marie Antoinette was not entirely blind to the world around her. As the hostility intensified, she retreated further into a carefully constructed fantasy of simplicity. She built a small rustic village near Versailles where she dressed in plain gowns, walked among gardens, and pretended for brief moments that life could return to innocence. Yet even that longing for simplicity carried irony. Her version of rural life remained wrapped in luxury, protected from the true hardships endured by ordinary people. History, however, does not pause for innocence or misunderstanding. When revolution finally arrived, it came with terrifying force. Crowds marched through the streets demanding justice, bread, and blood. The royal family found themselves trapped inside the palace they once believed eternal. The same halls that had once echoed with music now echoed with fear. Every door felt fragile. Every night carried uncertainty. Marie Antoinette watched the world she had known begin to crumble piece by piece. Friends disappeared. Loyalists fled. The people who once bowed before her now shouted for her destruction beyond the palace gates. For perhaps the first time in her life, the illusions of royalty completely shattered before her eyes. When the royal family was eventually imprisoned, something within her changed. Stripped of jewels, titles, ceremonies, and servants, she was no longer the dazzling Queen of Versailles. She became simply a mother trying to protect her children inside cold stone walls. The luxurious gowns that once defined her identity vanished, replaced by plain fabric and exhaustion. And strangely, it was there, in captivity, that she seemed to become most human. In the silence of prison, she no longer had to perform magnificence. The endless theater of court life was finally over. She spent her final days writing letters, reflecting on her children, and facing death with a quiet composure that surprised even some of her enemies. The woman history had painted as frivolous and shallow revealed an unexpected dignity in the face of collapse. By the time she was led to the guillotine, the queen who once dazzled Europe had already faded into something far more tragic. The crowds gathered not merely to witness the death of a person, but the symbolic destruction of an entire era. The blade fell, and with it vanished the illusion that luxury and power could protect anyone from the tides of history. Yet Marie Antoinette's story continues to endure because it speaks to something deeper than politics alone. Beneath the gowns, diamonds, and portraits was a woman shaped by forces far larger than herself. She was flawed, sheltered, and at times painfully disconnected from reality, but she was also lonely, frightened, and ultimately human. History often reduces people into symbols because symbols are easier to understand than complicated souls. But real lives are rarely so simple. Marie Antoinette was neither the heartless villain her enemies imagined nor the flawless martyr some later stories tried to create. She existed somewhere in between, caught within a collapsing world she never fully understood. Tonight, as the fire burns low and the shadows grow softer around us, let her story settle gently into silence. Let the noise of history fade for a moment, leaving only the image of a solitary woman standing beneath the fading light of Versailles, surrounded by beauty that could not save her. The night is deep now. The mirrors are dark. The ballroom music has long since disappeared into dust and memory. Close your eyes and rest. Let the distant echoes of silk gowns, candlelight, and forgotten footsteps drift quietly into the stillness of sleep. In the quiet heart of Paris, where midnight rain glimmers softly against cobblestone streets and warm bakery windows glow beneath the fading stars, a man named Pierre Hermé spent his life building an empire from sweetness, memory, and longing. Long after the city had fallen silent, when cafés emptied and the final trains disappeared into the dark, there remained one small world still awake beneath the soft hum of ovens and the scent of melting chocolate. Inside those dimly lit kitchens, Pierre Hermé moved carefully through shadows and warm light, searching not merely for flavor, but for emotion itself. Tonight, let the fire beside you flicker gently. Let the noise of the day loosen its grip on your thoughts. And as sleep slowly approaches, walk quietly into the life of a man who transformed desserts into dreams, and sweetness into something far deeper than pleasure alone. From an early age, Pierre understood that taste carried memory. Before he ever became celebrated across the world, before magazines praised his imagination and customers lined the streets outside his boutiques, he was simply a quiet child fascinated by the strange emotional power hidden inside ordinary ingredients. Sugar was never just sugar to him. Chocolate was never simply bitter or sweet. Every flavor seemed to hold a hidden story waiting patiently to be uncovered. While others followed strict traditions, Pierre found himself drawn toward combinations that felt almost impossible. Rose and raspberry. Lychee and cream. Passion fruit folded carefully into delicate layers of chocolate. He wanted flavors to surprise people the way music surprises the heart, arriving softly before suddenly overwhelming the senses with emotion. But innovation is often born from solitude. Many of his early experiments failed. Some collapsed entirely before reaching completion. Certain combinations tasted unbalanced or strange. Yet Pierre continued searching endlessly, not because he wanted fame, but because he believed there were feelings human language could not fully express, feelings that only flavor could gently reveal. Late at night, while Paris slept beneath silver rain and distant street lamps, he remained awake beside trays of pastries cooling slowly beneath warm kitchen light. He adjusted recipes by fractions so small others would never notice. A few seconds too long in the oven changed everything. A slight difference in texture altered the emotional experience entirely. To most people, these details seemed insignificant. To Pierre, they were sacred. Because he was not simply creating desserts. He was trying to create moments people would remember forever. As the years passed, his creations began reshaping the world of modern pastry. The famous macarons filled with unexpected flavors became symbols of elegance and imagination. Critics praised his boldness. Customers traveled across continents just to experience the strange harmony hidden inside his desserts. Soon, people began calling him the Picasso of pastry. But titles rarely capture the loneliness hidden beneath greatness. The more admired he became, the more isolated his inner world often felt. While others tasted sweetness, Pierre himself remained haunted by the endless pursuit of perfection. There was always another texture to refine, another balance to uncover, another fleeting emotional note just beyond his reach. Perfection, after all, is a horizon that moves farther away the closer you approach it. And yet he continued. Night after night. Season after season. In quiet kitchens filled with the scent of butter and vanilla, he searched for something invisible hidden beneath the craft itself. Sometimes he wondered whether he was truly creating desserts, or merely trying to preserve fleeting moments before they disappeared forever. Because sweetness itself is temporary. A pastry melts. Chocolate softens. Fruit fades with the season. Even the most perfect dessert survives only a few delicate moments before vanishing completely. Perhaps that impermanence was what fascinated him most. Pierre often returned to the simplest rituals even after achieving worldwide success. After grand events and elegant presentations attended by critics and celebrities, he would still stand alone in silent kitchens late at night, carefully breaking apart cocoa beans with his hands just to breathe in their raw fragrance. In those moments, removed from applause and expectation, he seemed less like a world-famous chef and more like a quiet artist searching for calm within the chaos of creation. Over time, his approach began to change. The bold complexity that once defined his work slowly softened into something gentler and deeper. He no longer felt the need to overwhelm people with dramatic contrasts. Instead, he became fascinated by restraint, simplicity, and silence within flavor. He discovered that the greatest experiences often arrived quietly. A delicate cream infused with vanilla. A soft layer of citrus lingering briefly at the edge of sweetness. A texture so light it almost disappeared against the tongue. These subtleties required patience, humility, and trust in time itself. And perhaps age had taught him those things. As dawn approached each morning, Pierre still woke early to check dough quietly rising in the kitchen. There was something comforting about that process. Fermentation could not be rushed. Ingredients transformed slowly, invisibly, almost magically. The world outside might demand speed and constant movement, but inside the bakery, time still obeyed older rules. That rhythm soothed him. The repetition of careful movements. The warmth of ovens before sunrise. The scent of caramel drifting gently through empty rooms. These small rituals became anchors in his life, reminders that beauty did not always need to shout in order to exist. Students who trained beneath him often noticed the unusual tenderness hidden beneath his precision. He taught them to respect ingredients as living things carrying stories of soil, weather, and human hands. Flour, fruit, sugar, cream, none of them were ordinary to him. Everything deserved attention. Everything deserved care. And slowly, through years of devotion, Pierre found a kind of peace hidden inside the very details that once exhausted him. Not the peace of completion, but the peace of acceptance. The understanding that beauty could never be fully possessed, only experienced briefly before dissolving like sweetness on the tongue. Tonight, as the fire beside you burns lower and softer, let his story settle gently around your thoughts like warm pastry scent drifting through a sleeping city. You do not need to perfect every part of your life. You do not need to carry every burden alone. Sometimes softness is enough. Sometimes beauty exists simply in the quiet act of caring deeply for something small. A warm kitchen. A shared dessert. A peaceful evening. The gentle comfort of knowing that even fleeting moments can still leave lasting warmth behind. And now the night grows deeper. Paris has fallen silent beneath the stars. Somewhere far away, hidden among narrow streets glowing faintly beneath old lantern light, an oven still radiates quiet warmth into the darkness. The scent of cocoa and rose lingers softly in the air. And with it, the final traces of a dream carefully folded into sweetness, waiting patiently to carry weary souls into rest. As morning fog drifted softly through the narrow streets of Paris, a tall woman with a bright laugh and endless curiosity stepped into a small kitchen filled with the scent of butter and warm bread. Julia Child did not move with the precision of a strict chef, nor did she carry the cold elegance of fine dining aristocracy. Instead, she carried something far rarer: joy. The kind of joy that makes ordinary life feel worthy of celebration. The kind that lingers gently in the air long after dinner has ended and the candles have burned low. Tonight, let us follow her into that glowing kitchen where copper pans hang above worn wooden counters, where herbs dry beside open windows, and where the sound of sizzling butter feels almost like music. Let us leave behind the rush of modern life for a while and enter the warm, comforting world of Julia Child, a woman who proved that it is never too late to begin again. Before she became one of the most beloved culinary voices in America, Julia lived a life that seemed surprisingly ordinary. She did not grow up dreaming of becoming a chef. She was not a child prodigy standing proudly beside ovens while adults admired her talent. In fact, for much of her early life, she drifted quietly through uncertainty, searching for something large enough to hold her enormous spirit. She worked office jobs, served during wartime, and followed her husband across oceans without fully knowing what she herself was meant to become. Then one evening in France, everything changed. Inside a modest restaurant in Rouen, Julia tasted a simple yet unforgettable meal: sole meunière, fish browned gently in butter and finished with fresh lemon. The moment was almost painfully ordinary, yet for her it felt like waking from a long sleep. The richness of the sauce, the warmth of the bread, the care hidden inside every bite, it was as though the entire world suddenly revealed itself through flavor. For the first time, life no longer seemed blurry or unfinished. Cooking gave shape to her restlessness. What made Julia remarkable was not effortless genius. It was persistence. She approached French cooking with the enthusiasm of someone discovering magic for the first time. Recipes that intimidated others fascinated her. She would repeat techniques over and over until she understood them completely. A failed sauce did not discourage her. A collapsed soufflé only made her laugh harder. She believed mistakes were simply part of learning how to love something deeply. In the warm kitchens of Paris, surrounded by sizzling pans and clouds of steam, Julia slowly rebuilt herself. The world often expects people to discover their purpose while they are young, but Julia Child shattered that illusion completely. She found her calling in middle age, proving that the soul does not operate on society's timetable. Some dreams arrive early. Others wait patiently until we are finally ready to receive them. As her confidence grew, so did her ambition. Julia wanted to bring the beauty of French cooking back to America, not as something distant or aristocratic, but as something ordinary people could embrace in their own homes. At the time, American kitchens were becoming increasingly industrialized. Convenience was replacing care. Meals became rushed, simplified, and disconnected from the quiet pleasure of preparation. But Julia stood before television cameras with flour on her hands and butter melting across the stove, reminding people that cooking could still be an act of love. Her voice was unlike anything audiences had heard before. Warm, loud, imperfect, and deeply human. She dropped food. She laughed at herself. She turned complicated recipes into adventures rather than obligations. Watching Julia Child cook felt less like attending a lesson and more like spending time with a dear friend who genuinely wanted you to succeed. Soon, millions of Americans welcomed her into their homes through television screens and cookbooks. But what they truly embraced was not simply her recipes. It was her philosophy of living. Julia taught people that pleasure was not something to feel guilty about. A beautiful meal shared slowly with others mattered. Setting the table mattered. Taking time to whisk a sauce properly mattered. Not because perfection was important, but because life itself deserved attention. Even in her later years, Julia remained wonderfully curious. Age never hardened her into cynicism. She continued tasting, learning, experimenting, and laughing with the same childlike wonder she carried through Paris decades earlier. After losing her beloved husband Paul, loneliness quietly entered her life, yet she never allowed sorrow to extinguish her warmth. She still cooked beautiful dinners for herself. She still treated ordinary evenings as occasions worthy of care. There is something deeply comforting about that. So many people wait for perfect circumstances before allowing themselves joy. They postpone happiness until life becomes easier, calmer, or more complete. But Julia Child understood something essential. Joy is not discovered after life settles down. Joy is created deliberately, often in the middle of uncertainty. A simmering pot on the stove. Fresh herbs chopped carefully beneath warm kitchen light. The scent of butter melting into garlic while rain taps softly against the windows. These small rituals became her way of resisting despair. Cooking was never just about food. It was about staying emotionally awake to the beauty of living. As the evening grows quieter around you now, imagine Julia standing peacefully inside her kitchen long after the world has gone to sleep. A dish towel draped over her shoulder. A soft golden light glowing against copper pans. The distant sound of Paris traffic fading into silence. And somewhere in that warm stillness, her laughter rising gently above the sound of bubbling sauce. Her life reminds us that reinvention is always possible. That passion can arrive unexpectedly. That tenderness is not weakness. And that even after disappointment, grief, or years of uncertainty, there is still time to begin creating a life filled with warmth. Tonight, let go of the pressure to have everything figured out. Let go of the need to rush toward some perfect future. Like Julia Child standing patiently before the stove, allow yourself to slow down. Breathe deeply. Rest inside the small comforts surrounding you. And remember that sometimes the simplest acts, preparing a meal, lighting a candle, sharing warmth with another soul, are enough to make life feel whole again. The fire is burning low now. The kitchen has grown quiet. Beyond the windows, the night stretches peacefully into darkness. So close your eyes gently, and let this lingering warmth carry you softly into sleep. In the quiet glow of a late evening fire, when the world begins to soften into silence and the noise of the day slowly drifts away, there once lived a man who believed that every flavor hidden within nature could be understood through patience, reason, and careful observation. His name was Louis Nicolas Vauquelin, a thinker whose life unfolded not through grand speeches or dramatic adventures, but through the calm rhythm of experiments, reflection, and endless curiosity. While others chased applause or recognition, he spent his days studying the hidden structures of the natural world, convinced that even the smallest drop of oil or trace of fragrance carried within it a secret waiting to be understood. He lived during a time when science itself still felt mysterious and unfinished. The world was only beginning to understand chemistry, and many kitchens still relied entirely on instinct, tradition, and inherited habits. Yet Vauquelin saw something deeper behind every ingredient. To him, cooking was not merely a craft of taste, but a quiet conversation between matter, temperature, texture, and transformation. He believed that behind every comforting aroma rising from a warm dish was an invisible order guiding the experience. As a young man, he was drawn not toward luxury, but toward understanding. While many admired fine meals only for their richness, he wondered why certain flavors blended harmoniously while others clashed. He examined herbs, oils, fruits, and minerals with extraordinary patience, spending long hours beside bottles, scales, and fragile glass instruments. His laboratory became a world of stillness and thought, filled with flickering candlelight and the faint scent of heated compounds drifting through the air. There was something deeply calming about the way he worked. Every movement carried intention. Every experiment unfolded slowly, almost like a ritual. He did not rush toward conclusions. Instead, he allowed nature to reveal itself piece by piece, trusting that truth required silence and discipline. In many ways, his life resembled a carefully prepared meal simmering gently over low heat, developing depth over time rather than seeking immediate intensity. Outside his windows, the world often felt chaotic. Revolutions shook cities. Governments rose and fell. Crowded streets echoed with uncertainty and unrest. Yet inside his study, Vauquelin maintained a remarkable sense of composure. He understood that while human societies were unpredictable, the natural world still followed its own hidden logic. Molecules behaved according to laws untouched by politics or fear. That certainty brought him comfort. As the years passed, he became fascinated by the chemistry of flavor itself. He explored the delicate balance between bitterness and sweetness, between aroma and memory. He believed that food carried emotional power because it spoke directly to the senses before reaching the mind. A warm broth could calm anxiety. Fresh herbs could awaken forgotten feelings. The scent of roasted nuts or baked bread could transport a weary soul back to childhood in an instant. He often reflected on how deeply human emotions were connected to the simplest sensory experiences. While many intellectuals of his era pursued abstract philosophies, Vauquelin remained grounded in the physical world. He understood that life's deepest comforts were often humble. A well-prepared meal shared quietly beside a fire could heal exhaustion more effectively than grand displays of wealth or status. There were nights when he remained awake long after midnight, watching liquid separate slowly within a glass vessel as shadows danced across the walls. In those moments, he felt closest to peace. The steady order of science seemed to quiet the turbulence of human life. Even the smallest reactions unfolding before him carried a strange beauty. Tiny crystals forming at the bottom of a flask reminded him that transformation rarely happened loudly. Most meaningful changes occurred slowly and invisibly, beneath the surface. Though his work demanded precision, he was never cold or detached. Beneath his disciplined exterior lived a man filled with wonder. He admired the elegance of nature and respected the intelligence hidden within every living thing. Tropical plants fascinated him particularly. Their unfamiliar fragrances and unusual properties felt almost poetic to him, as though distant forests were whispering stories through chemistry. Each discovery deepened his belief that science was not separate from beauty, but another path toward appreciating it. His colleagues often described him as calm, thoughtful, and unusually humble. Even as his knowledge expanded, he never treated nature as something to conquer. Instead, he approached it with reverence. He believed that human beings were merely observers trying to interpret a vast and ancient language written into the structure of the world itself. As he grew older, his routines became even quieter. He spent long evenings organizing notes, reviewing old experiments, and carefully preserving records of his findings. The shelves around him filled with thick manuscripts, worn pages, and carefully labeled samples collected over decades. Yet despite all he had accomplished, there was no arrogance in him. He seemed content simply knowing that he had spent his life searching honestly for truth. Sometimes he would pause from his work and sit silently beside the fireplace, listening to the crackling wood while the scent of herbs or dried citrus lingered faintly in the room. Those moments carried no urgency. He no longer felt the need to prove himself to the world. The pursuit itself had been enough. Understanding even a small fragment of nature had already given his life meaning. There was a gentleness in the way he viewed existence. He understood that perfect certainty was impossible, yet he still found comfort in patterns, systems, and gradual understanding. He accepted that mystery would always remain, and rather than fearing it, he allowed that mystery to coexist peacefully beside knowledge. This balance between reason and humility became the quiet philosophy guiding his final years. In many ways, Louis Nicolas Vauquelin offered the world more than scientific discoveries. He demonstrated that rational thought and emotional warmth need not oppose one another. A disciplined mind could still appreciate beauty. Precision could exist alongside tenderness. Knowledge itself could become a form of peace. And now, as the fire grows dimmer and the night settles gently around us, his story lingers like the fading aroma of tea steeped long into the evening. The world he believed in was not harsh or mechanical, but deeply ordered and quietly beautiful. Within that order, he found rest. Within that search for understanding, he discovered calm. Perhaps there is something comforting in remembering that even amid uncertainty, some rhythms remain steady. Heat transforms ingredients. Time softens bitterness. Patience reveals hidden truths. And somewhere between science and memory, between flavor and feeling, there exists a quiet place where the restless mind can finally slow down. So tonight, let the noise of the world drift farther away. Let the warmth of this story settle gently over your thoughts like candlelight against old wooden walls. Breathe slowly. Release the weight you have been carrying. And as sleep draws near, may you find the same peaceful clarity that Vauquelin once found beneath the soft glow of his midnight laboratory. High above the rainforest floor, where the air is warm with mist and the leaves hold the memory of endless rain, a clouded leopard moves silently through the trees. Moonlight slips through the canopy in broken pieces, painting silver patterns across his fur as he walks along the branches with impossible grace. He does not rush. He does not disturb the sleeping forest beneath him. Every step feels weightless, as though he belongs more to the drifting shadows than to the solid world itself. Tonight, as the fire glows softly beside us, let us leave behind the noise of crowded cities and restless thoughts. Let us climb quietly into the hidden world above the rainforest, where the clouded leopard spends his life among branches, mist, and silence. In this forgotten kingdom of leaves and distant thunder, he teaches us something gentle yet powerful. Peace is not found by escaping the world completely. It is found by learning how to move through it without losing yourself. The clouded leopard has always belonged to the high places. While other predators roam the forest floor, he chooses the quiet world above, where ancient trees stretch toward the sky like pillars holding up the heavens. From the time he was young, he learned that survival in the rainforest was not about strength alone. It was about balance. A single careless movement could mean a deadly fall into darkness below. So he became patient. Careful. Precise. Each branch beneath his paws is tested before he commits his weight to it. Every leap is measured perfectly. Even the wind seems unable to shake his focus. To the creatures below, he is almost invisible. His fur blends with moss-covered bark and shifting light so completely that he often disappears before anyone realizes he was there at all. This is why many people call him the ghost of the rainforest. But the clouded leopard does not think of himself as a ghost. He simply learned how to exist without demanding attention. There is something deeply calming about the way he lives. He does not waste energy proving his power. He does not fight for dominance unless absolutely necessary. The forest already knows who he is. The trees recognize his quiet footsteps. The branches bend gently beneath his body as though welcoming him home. Most nights, he travels alone through the canopy while the rainforest breathes beneath him. Far below, rivers wind through darkness like silver ribbons. Frogs sing beside hidden pools. Insects hum in endless rhythm. Warm rain gathers on broad leaves and falls in slow drops through layers of vines. And above it all, the clouded leopard watches in silence. Sometimes he rests on thick branches for hours, his tail hanging lazily as he listens to the distant sounds of the jungle. He has seen storms swallow the horizon in black clouds. He has watched golden sunlight pour through the trees at dawn, turning the forest into something almost sacred. He has witnessed life and death pass quietly beneath him without trying to control either one. Over time, the rainforest taught him an important truth. Nothing in nature forces itself to bloom before its season. Rivers do not rush to reach the sea. Trees do not apologize for growing slowly. Everything moves according to its own rhythm. The clouded leopard learned to do the same. In many ways, his life is built around surrender. Not surrender to weakness, but surrender to the natural flow of the world around him. When violent storms shake the treetops, he lowers himself close to the branches and waits patiently for the winds to pass. When danger approaches, he melts deeper into the shadows instead of wasting himself on unnecessary conflict. He understands that survival is not always about fighting harder. Sometimes it is about remaining calm enough to bend without breaking. Humans often struggle with this. We carry endless pressure inside ourselves. We chase success, approval, and certainty as though peace can only exist somewhere ahead of us. But the clouded leopard asks a quieter question. What if peace is already here? What if we could find it simply by becoming still enough to notice it? The rainforest never hurries him. No clock follows him through the trees. No voice demands productivity from him. His worth is not measured by speed, noise, or constant movement. He exists exactly as he is, fully at home within the rhythm of the forest. That is why his presence feels almost spiritual. Watching him move through the canopy is like watching water flow around stone. There is no resistance in him. Only quiet awareness. Even in moments of danger, he rarely panics. His body remains loose, controlled, balanced between tension and calm. High above the earth, surrounded by endless green shadows, he trusts his instincts completely. And because of that trust, fear never fully controls him. Perhaps that is what makes him such a powerful symbol of solitude. Not loneliness, but solitude. The kind that allows a soul to breathe clearly again. The clouded leopard does not isolate himself because he hates the world. He retreats into the forest because he understands how precious silence truly is. In silence, he can hear the movement of leaves. In silence, he can sense the coming rain before it arrives. In silence, he remains connected to himself. Maybe we need that too. Maybe beneath all our exhaustion is simply a deep hunger for stillness. A place where we no longer need to explain ourselves. A place where we can stop performing, stop competing, and simply exist without fear of judgment. As the night deepens over the rainforest, the clouded leopard disappears once more into the dark canopy. Moonlight flickers across his patterned coat one final time before the shadows swallow him completely. Soon, only the sound of leaves shifting softly in the wind remains. No grand ending. No final roar. Only the rainforest breathing peacefully beneath the stars. Tonight, if your mind feels restless and sleep seems distant, imagine yourself high among those ancient trees. Imagine warm rain drifting through the leaves above you. Imagine cool mist against your skin and the distant hum of the jungle far below. Somewhere nearby, hidden within the silver shadows of the canopy, the clouded leopard rests quietly on a branch, untouched by the chaos of the world. Let your thoughts grow softer. Let the noise inside you drift away like fog through the trees. And like the clouded leopard resting safely in the heart of the rainforest, allow yourself to release every burden you no longer need to carry. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly. And drift gently into the deep and peaceful darkness of sleep. The Arctic belongs to silence. Far beyond the reach of crowded cities and restless human ambition, there exists a frozen wilderness where the wind speaks softly across endless fields of ice. There, beneath skies painted with drifting snow and pale northern light, the polar bear walks alone. His enormous white figure moves slowly across the frozen world, not with fear, but with a quiet understanding of the land beneath his feet. To many, he appears powerful and untouchable. But hidden within that vast and solitary presence is something far gentler, a creature who has learned how to live in harmony with stillness itself. Tonight, let us sit beside the soft crackling of the fire and step quietly into the true life of the polar bear. In the rhythm of drifting snow and distant waves beneath the ice, may every anxious thought slowly fade away, until only calm remains. Long before humans crossed oceans or built great cities, the polar bear already wandered the northern ice. Generation after generation, he learned the language of storms, the patience of winter, and the wisdom hidden inside solitude. He does not rush through life. The Arctic has taught him that survival belongs not to the fastest, but to those who understand how to endure. Every movement across the frozen sea is deliberate. The ice beneath him is never fully still. It cracks, shifts, and drifts endlessly with the tides below. Yet the polar bear walks calmly across it all, trusting his senses more than certainty. His wide paws spread gently across the snow, carrying his weight with remarkable grace, almost as though he focuses only on what matters in the present moment: warmth, movement, breath, rest. And despite the immense loneliness of the Arctic, there is tenderness in him too. A mother polar bear creating a snow den for her cubs carries a softness powerful enough to survive the coldest winters on Earth. Within those hidden dens beneath thick layers of snow, tiny cubs sleep safely against the warmth of their mother's body while storms rage endlessly outside. Even in the harshest places imaginable, life still protects life with extraordinary gentleness. As the years pass, the Arctic changes. The ice shifts differently now. The seasons grow less predictable. Yet the polar bear continues walking across the frozen world with the same ancient dignity carried by countless generations before him. He does not complain about the changing world. He simply adapts, step by step, breath by breath. Maybe you, too, are carrying exhaustion deep inside yourself. Maybe the world has become too loud, too fast, too demanding. The polar bear understands that feeling better than most. His life reminds us that solitude does not have to mean emptiness. Stillness does not mean failure. And slowing down does not mean losing your way. Sometimes healing begins the moment we stop fighting the storm and allow ourselves to rest within it. Now the fire burns softer beside us. Outside, the night has grown quiet. Far away across the frozen ocean, beneath drifting curtains of pale northern light, the polar bear disappears once more into the endless snow. His enormous footsteps fade gently into the Arctic wind. But the calm he leaves behind remains. Tonight, may you rest as he does. Wrapped in stillness. Protected from the noise beyond your thoughts. Let every unnecessary worry drift away like snow carried across the frozen sea. And as sleep slowly closes around you, may the spirit of the polar bear guide you gently into the deepest, warmest, and most peaceful dream of all. In the freezing winds of the Andes Mountains, the chinchilla quietly protects a fragile pocket of peace. Its soft and silver fur seems like the only trace of warmth left upon the cold and rocky wilderness. Tonight, beside the gentle glow of a crackling fire, we step softly into the true life of the chinchilla. And within the rhythm of its quiet existence, we slowly set down every burden and drift toward deep and peaceful sleep. Far above the crowded plains where human lives rush endlessly forward, the Andes remain silent beneath a sky of endless clouds. Hidden among cliffs and ancient stones lives a small creature few people ever truly notice. The chinchilla does not seek glory, power, or attention. It asks for almost nothing from the world except a narrow shelter between the rocks and enough calm to survive another cold night. The mountain wind never rests here. It moves endlessly through the stone valleys like invisible water, carrying frost across every surface it touches. Yet the chinchilla does not resist the mountain. Instead, it listens to it. Every careful movement across the rocks is measured with patience and wisdom. Every leap is precise. Every pause is intentional. Its life is built not upon conquest, but upon awareness. The chinchilla understands something that many larger creatures forget. Survival is not always about strength. Sometimes it is about softness. Sometimes it is about knowing exactly where to stand when the storm arrives. When dawn slowly touches the mountains, the chinchilla emerges from the shadows with quiet caution. Its tiny paws step gently across the cold stone, leaving almost no sound behind. The cliffs around it are enormous and unforgiving, yet the little creature moves through them with remarkable grace, as though it belongs to the silence itself. There is no panic in its eyes. No unnecessary urgency. The chinchilla has learned that the mountain rewards patience. Those who rush are carried away by loose stones and freezing winds. Those who remain calm endure. Throughout its life, the chinchilla memorizes every hidden path between the rocks. It knows which ledges receive the first warmth of morning sunlight. It knows where the cold settles after sunset. It knows which narrow crevices can protect a fragile body from the violence of winter storms. This knowledge becomes its sanctuary. As the day grows colder, the chinchilla curls into itself beneath a sheltered stone. From a distance, it resembles nothing more than a small ball of silver fur resting against the earth. Yet within that tiny body is a remarkable resilience shaped by countless seasons of survival. The world often mistakes softness for weakness. But the chinchilla teaches something very different. Its gentleness is not fragility. It is wisdom. The mountains do not need loud creatures to prove their existence. In the deepest parts of nature, the quietest lives are often the ones most perfectly adapted to endure. Sometimes, while resting in silence, the chinchilla simply watches the drifting clouds pass over the mountain peaks. Hours move slowly here. Time stretches gently across the stone valleys without pressure or demand. There are no grand ambitions hidden inside the creature's heart. No desire to dominate the wilderness around it. Instead, there is only the simple hope of warmth, safety, and another peaceful sunrise. Perhaps that is why observing the chinchilla feels strangely comforting. In a world that constantly urges people to become more, achieve more, and chase further horizons, this tiny animal survives by doing the opposite. It survives by staying close to what truly matters. Shelter. Stillness. Warmth. Awareness. At night, when the temperature drops even further, the mountains become almost completely silent. The stars appear impossibly bright above the Andes, scattered across the dark sky like frozen lanterns. The chinchilla sits quietly near the entrance of its rocky shelter, grooming its fur beneath the moonlight. Every movement is slow and careful. That small ritual is not merely habit. It is a form of peace. The creature understands that survival is not only about protecting the body. It is also about protecting calmness within the mind. Even in the harshest wilderness, it creates moments of quiet order for itself. Storms eventually come, as they always do in the mountains. Snow and ice sweep violently across the cliffs. The wind roars through the valleys with enough force to shake loose entire stones from the mountainside. Yet when the storm finally passes, the chinchilla still returns to the same familiar rock, the same narrow shelter, the same patient rhythm of life. Not because the world has become easier, but because it has accepted the world exactly as it is. There is a profound kind of peace hidden inside that acceptance. The chinchilla never wastes energy wishing the mountains were warmer or softer. It simply learns how to live gently within them. And perhaps that is the lesson it quietly leaves behind for those willing to listen. You do not need to conquer every storm in your life. Sometimes it is enough to find one safe corner within yourself. One small place where the noise cannot reach you. One quiet space where your heart can finally rest. As midnight deepens and the fire beside us burns lower, the chinchilla disappears once more into the endless maze of stone and shadow. Its small silhouette fades quietly into the ancient mountain, leaving behind only a feeling of softness and stillness. Tonight, may you rest as the chinchilla rests among the cold Andean rocks. May you let go of the pressure to be larger than you are. May you remember that even the smallest creature can create warmth within the harshest wilderness. And as sleep slowly closes around you like falling snow, may your thoughts grow lighter, quieter, and softer, until all that remains is peace. Mist drifted softly through the emerald canopy while high above the forest floor, a small red panda curled itself into a quiet ball of fur and sleep. In a world constantly rushing toward noise, urgency, and endless motion, the little creature seemed untouched by any of it. Resting peacefully upon a swaying branch, he looked less like an animal and more like a forgotten dream left behind by the mountains themselves. Tonight, beside the faint crackle of a glowing fire, let us wander slowly into the long and gentle life of the red panda, and perhaps, somewhere within his quiet breathing, rediscover the art of finally letting go. As dusk settled over the distant ridges, the forest began to soften. The winds grew calmer, the birds surrendered their final songs to the evening sky, and the ancient trees disappeared beneath drifting clouds of silver fog. Hidden among those branches lived the red panda, a creature who had never cared for conquest, dominance, or speed. While other animals fought for territory or survival with sharp teeth and restless ambition, he searched only for comfort, warmth, and a place where his heartbeat could remain steady. There was something deeply healing in the way he moved. Every step along the branches was careful and slow, as though he understood that peace could only exist when life itself was approached gently. In the cold mountain forests where he lived, survival was never easy. The air was thin, winters were harsh, and food often disappeared beneath layers of frost. Yet even in those difficult seasons, the red panda refused to surrender himself to panic. He adapted not through aggression, but through patience. In the pale light of early morning, he would wait quietly beneath curtains of mist. Before searching for food, he often spent long stretches of time grooming his soft fur with extraordinary care. To an outside observer, the ritual may have appeared lazy or unnecessary, but for him, it was something sacred. Each movement seemed to slow the world itself. The gentle brushing of his paws through his fur, the calm blinking of his tired eyes, the rhythmic sway of his striped tail balancing against the branch, all of it formed a silent meditation against the chaos of existence. The forest around him was never truly silent. Hidden insects whispered beneath moss-covered stones. Faraway rivers hummed softly through valleys. Wind drifted through the bamboo groves like waves upon a distant shore. Yet somehow, the red panda remained calmer than all of it. He had mastered something many humans spend their entire lives searching for, the ability to exist without constantly resisting the present moment. When winter arrived, the mountains transformed into a world of white stillness. Ice gathered along the branches, and freezing winds swept through the forests like invisible blades. Food became scarce. Many creatures grew desperate during those long months, but the red panda responded differently. Instead of fighting harder against the cold, he withdrew deeper into himself. Curled tightly upon the highest branches, he preserved his warmth, his strength, and his peace. There were nights when snow buried the forest beneath endless silence. During those dark hours, the little creature would close his eyes and sleep while storms raged around him. His breathing remained slow and even, untouched by the violence beyond the trees. It was as though he understood a secret older than language itself, that survival is not always about resisting the storm. Sometimes survival means learning how to rest inside it. Many creatures in the forest misunderstood him. They saw only a sleepy animal hiding among the branches, avoiding conflict and drifting quietly through life. But the mountains understood him differently. The forests knew that his stillness was not weakness. It was wisdom. The red panda had long ago realized that exhaustion comes not only from hardship, but from endless striving. The world below him was full of creatures chasing something larger than themselves: power, territory, recognition, certainty. Yet high within the fog-covered branches, he needed none of it. He carried no desire to dominate the forest. He simply wished to belong to it. There were moments when he climbed to the very highest branches and stared out across the endless mountain ranges disappearing into clouds. The valleys below shimmered beneath moonlight while rivers twisted through the darkness like silver ribbons. In those quiet moments, he seemed almost weightless, suspended between earth and sky. Perhaps he once dreamed of distant places beyond the mountains. Perhaps he wondered if somewhere beyond the horizon existed a life untouched by winter or loneliness. But as the years passed, he slowly discovered that peace could never truly be found in another place. It had to be grown carefully within. So he stopped searching outward. Instead, he learned to treasure small things. The warmth of sunlight resting upon wet fur after rain. The comfort of moss beneath tired paws. The soft creaking sound of branches swaying gently in the night wind. These tiny moments became enough. As time moved forward, age began to settle quietly upon him. His movements grew slower. His long hours of sleep became even longer. Yet there was no sadness in this change. If anything, he appeared softer, calmer, more complete. The frantic energy of youth faded into something gentler, a deep acceptance of life exactly as it was. He had watched countless seasons rise and disappear. He had seen forests bloom beneath spring rain and vanish beneath winter snow. He had listened to storms tear through valleys, only to witness sunlight return once more. Through it all, he remained where he belonged, among the branches, breathing slowly beside the drifting clouds. And perhaps that is why the red panda feels so comforting to those who watch him. In a world obsessed with movement, achievement, and noise, he reminds us that rest is not failure. Slowness is not weakness. Solitude is not emptiness. Sometimes the most powerful thing a soul can do is simply become still enough to hear its own breathing again. Now the night grows deeper. The fire beside us burns lower, glowing softly against the darkness. Somewhere beyond the mist-covered mountains, the little red panda has curled himself into sleep once more. His striped tail wraps gently around his body while the branches cradle him like an old lullaby. The forest continues breathing around him, ancient and patient. Perhaps tonight, you too can let go of the weight you have been carrying for so long. You do not need to chase every fear. You do not need to answer every noise. Like the red panda resting quietly above the clouds, you are allowed to pause. You are allowed to soften. You are allowed to rest. So close your eyes now. Let the distant wind drift through the trees. Let the quiet rhythm of the forest carry away the tension in your chest. And as the world slowly fades into silence, may you find yourself wrapped in the same gentle peace that has always lived within the sleeping red panda high above the mountains, hidden softly among the stars. In the vast and desolate snowfields of the polar world, the Arctic fox moves carefully through the endless white silence. His body, soft as fresh snow beneath the moonlight, seems like the final trace of warmth left behind in a frozen land abandoned by time. Tonight, let us sit beside the gentle crackling of the fire and quietly step into the true life of the Arctic fox. In the rhythm of drifting snow and distant winds, may every restless thought slowly fade, until only peace remains. Far beyond the noise of cities and human ambition, there exists a world where survival itself becomes a form of meditation. The Arctic fox has lived there for thousands of winters, beneath skies filled with pale stars and endless darkness. He does not seek glory, nor does he long to be remembered. All he desires is a quiet place beneath the snow, where the freezing wind cannot reach him, and where the silence feels safe enough to sleep. The Arctic fox understands something most creatures forget. In a world ruled by storms, calmness is not weakness. It is wisdom. While blizzards roar across the tundra and temperatures fall far below what most life can endure, he lowers his body close to the earth and listens carefully to the breathing of the snow itself. Every step is measured. Every movement is patient. He wastes nothing. Not warmth. Not energy. Not peace. His paws touch the frozen ground so lightly that it feels as though he is floating between worlds. He knows where the ice is thin, where the wind cuts hardest, where the hidden shelter waits beneath layers of drifting white. This understanding was not learned in a single winter. It was carved into him through generations of survival, through nights so cold that even the stars seemed frozen in place. And yet, despite the harshness surrounding him, there is something deeply gentle about the Arctic fox. When the long polar night arrives and darkness swallows the horizon for weeks at a time, he curls himself into a perfect circle. His enormous tail wraps softly around his face, protecting the last traces of warmth like a blanket woven from snow and moonlight. In those quiet moments, he becomes less like a hunter and more like a dream resting peacefully beneath the storm. Many creatures fight against the wilderness. The Arctic fox does not. He flows with it. He accepts the cold rather than fearing it. He accepts solitude rather than running from it. This acceptance gives him a kind of serenity rarely seen in the modern world. Sometimes he pauses on a distant ridge and watches the pale northern lights shimmer across the sky. The green and silver waves move silently above him, reflecting in his dark eyes. At that moment, the entire frozen wilderness feels alive with an ancient stillness. No crowds. No urgency. Only wind, snow, and the slow heartbeat of the earth itself. There are days when hunger follows him across the tundra like a shadow. Food is never guaranteed in the polar wilderness. Yet even then, he does not panic. He listens. Beneath the thick snow, tiny movements echo softly through the frozen ground. With astonishing precision, he leaps upward and dives headfirst into the snowdrift, disappearing completely before emerging again with life secured between his jaws. To survive here requires patience more than strength. The Arctic fox has mastered both silence and waiting. But perhaps the most beautiful thing about him is not his resilience. It is his ability to remain gentle in a world so unforgiving. The snowstorms never taught him cruelty. The loneliness never hardened his spirit. Instead, they shaped him into a creature of quiet awareness, someone who understands that peace is often found not by escaping the storm, but by learning how to rest within it. As the seasons change, his coat transforms with the land itself. In winter he becomes nearly invisible beneath the snow, a wandering ghost made of white silence. In summer, soft browns and grays return to his fur as the earth beneath the ice briefly awakens. Yet no matter the season, his nature remains unchanged. Calm. Careful. Present. Watching the Arctic fox wander across the frozen horizon feels strangely comforting. He does not rush toward tomorrow. He does not mourn yesterday. He simply walks through the cold with quiet trust in the path beneath his feet. And perhaps that is why his presence feels so healing. In him, we are reminded that life does not always need to be loud to be meaningful. Maybe you, too, have grown tired of carrying endless noise inside your heart. Maybe there are nights when the world feels too fast, too heavy, too demanding. The Arctic fox understands that feeling better than anyone. His life is proof that softness can survive even in the coldest places. That gentleness is not fragility. And that peace is something we build carefully, one quiet moment at a time. Now the fire burns lower. The wind outside has softened into a distant whisper. Somewhere far away across the frozen tundra, the Arctic fox disappears once more into the endless snow, leaving behind only faint footprints beneath the pale northern sky. Tonight, may you rest as he does. Wrapped in stillness. Protected from the storms beyond your thoughts. Let the weight you no longer need drift away like snow carried by the wind. And as sleep slowly finds you, may the spirit of the Arctic fox remain nearby, gentle and silent, guiding you into the deepest and most peaceful dream of all. Beneath the endless green canopy of the tropical rainforest, the sloth moves with a pace so slow it almost feels untouched by time itself. While the rest of the world races forward in endless pursuit, the sloth quietly chooses stillness, protecting the fragile peace hidden within each gentle breath. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a crackling fire, we step carefully into the true life of the sloth. And within that forgotten rhythm of slowness, we slowly loosen every burden from our hearts and drift into the deepest sleep. The rainforest never truly falls silent. Even in the darkest hours of night, life hums softly through the leaves. Rainwater slides down tangled vines. Insects whisper through the humid air. Far away, unseen creatures call to one another beneath the heavy shadows of the jungle. Yet high above the restless forest floor, hanging quietly between ancient branches, the sloth exists in another world entirely. A world where nothing needs to hurry. From the very beginning, the sloth was misunderstood. To faster creatures, he seemed lazy. Too quiet. Too slow for survival. In a jungle filled with hunters, climbers, and endless movement, his stillness appeared almost impossible. But the sloth understands something the rainforest rarely explains out loud. Not every life is meant to be rushed. His movements are slow not because he is weak, but because he refuses to waste himself chasing things that do not truly matter. Every stretch of a paw, every careful grip upon the bark, every gentle shift from one branch to another becomes almost ceremonial, as though he is moving through sacred time rather than ordinary hours. There is a strange wisdom hidden inside that patience. The rainforest grows wildly in every direction. Plants compete endlessly for sunlight. Creatures hunt, flee, fight, and disappear. Yet amid all that chaos, the sloth survives by doing the opposite of everything around him. He conserves. He pauses. He lets the world move without demanding that he move with it. And somehow, in that quiet resistance, he finds peace. As sunlight filters softly through the rainforest canopy, the sloth often remains perfectly still for hours at a time. Warm beams of golden light settle gently across his fur while leaves sway slowly around him in the humid breeze. To others, it may appear like sleep. But perhaps it is something deeper. A kind of trust. The sloth trusts the branch beneath him. He trusts the rhythm of the forest. He trusts that life does not always need to be forced forward. Sometimes it is enough to simply exist fully within a single moment. There is no envy in his heart. He does not envy the jaguar sprinting through the undergrowth. He does not envy the monkeys leaping wildly between the trees. For the sloth, the warmth of sunlight upon his body is already enough. The sound of rainfall tapping softly against broad jungle leaves is already enough. This ability to remain completely present is his quiet gift to the world. Humans often believe peace can only be found after achievement, after victory, after reaching some distant destination. But the sloth teaches something entirely different. Peace can exist now, within the breath you are already taking. Within the stillness you usually ignore. At night, when heavy storms roll across the rainforest, the jungle transforms into a place of thunder and darkness. Rain crashes endlessly through the canopy while fierce winds bend even the tallest trees. Yet the sloth simply curls tighter against the branch, holding quietly to his small pocket of warmth. He does not panic. He does not fight the storm. He waits. And eventually, the storm always passes. Perhaps that is why the sloth feels strangely comforting to watch. He reminds us that survival is not always about force or speed. Sometimes survival is about softness. About knowing how to remain gentle in a world that constantly pressures you to move faster than your spirit can bear. High above the forest floor, the sloth witnesses countless seasons come and go. Clouds gather and disappear. Rivers rise and fall. Entire branches grow old and collapse beneath the weight of time. Yet he never tries to control these changes. Instead, he quietly adapts himself to the natural rhythm surrounding him. There is profound freedom hidden inside that surrender. The sloth does not waste energy carrying unnecessary fears about the future. He lives carefully inside the small space he can truly touch. A branch. A leaf. A breath. A patch of sunlight moving slowly through the afternoon. And perhaps that small world is already enough. As evening settles across the rainforest, the sky deepens into rich shades of blue and violet. Mist drifts softly between the trees while the sounds of the jungle grow lower and more distant. Hanging gently beneath the ancient canopy, the sloth sways almost invisibly with the night wind, like an old leaf that has long ago stopped resisting the movement of the world. He leaves behind no monuments. No grand stories. No loud victories. Yet somehow, his life feels deeply complete. Because he has discovered something many never do. True safety is not found in controlling everything around you. It is found in learning how to rest peacefully within yourself. Tonight, as the fire grows dim and the rainforest slowly disappears into darkness, may you rest like the sloth resting high among the trees. May you release the pressure to race endlessly toward distant horizons. May you remember that your worth does not depend upon how quickly you move. And as sleep gently wraps around you like warm jungle air, may your thoughts grow slower, softer, and quieter, until all that remains is stillness, breathing, and peace. The rhythm of the forest is slowing down. Snow begins falling softly through the silent trees, covering old trails and fading footprints beneath layers of white. The rivers grow colder. The wind moves more slowly now, carrying with it the quiet promise of winter. Deep within the mountains, the brown bear walks steadily through the darkening forest. His massive body moves with calm purpose, each heavy step pressing gently into the fresh snow. He is not wandering. He is returning home. Somewhere ahead, hidden beneath tangled roots and stone, waits the shelter he has known for years. A warm hollow carved into the earth itself. A place untouched by the noise of the outside world. Tonight, beside the soft crackling glow of a fire, we follow the brown bear into the story of his life. A story not only about strength, but about rest. About surrender. About learning when to stop fighting the endless noise of the world and finally allow yourself to become still. As autumn slowly disappears, the forest changes in ways most creatures immediately understand. Leaves darken and fall silently onto the frozen ground. The scent of pine grows sharper in the cold air. The sky dims earlier each evening. The brown bear notices every shift. For months he has wandered rivers, valleys, and deep forests, gathering what he needs to survive the coming winter. He has spent long days beneath golden sunlight catching fish from icy streams. He has climbed rocky hillsides searching for berries hidden among thorny bushes. He has walked countless miles beneath changing skies. But now, something inside him begins to quiet. The urgency fades. The forest no longer asks him to chase, hunt, or roam endlessly. Instead, it asks him to rest. And so he listens. There is something deeply beautiful about the way the brown bear accepts this transition. To many, retreating into hibernation might seem like weakness or escape. But for the bear, it is neither. It is trust. Trust in the ancient rhythm of the earth. Trust that rest is not failure. Trust that healing often happens in darkness and silence. Humans spend so much of life believing they must always keep moving. Always producing. Always proving themselves. Even exhaustion becomes something people try to hide. But the brown bear carries no shame in slowing down. He understands that survival depends not only on strength, but also on knowing when to let go. As snow thickens across the mountains, the forest grows quieter each night. Birdsong disappears. Streams freeze beneath thin layers of ice. Even the wind seems softer now, as though the entire wilderness is preparing for sleep alongside him. The brown bear continues climbing toward his den with patient determination. Sometimes he pauses beside towering pine trees dusted with snow. He breathes deeply, his warm breath rising into the cold night air like drifting smoke. In these quiet moments, he almost seems thoughtful, as though reflecting on the long year behind him. He remembers summer rivers sparkling beneath sunlight. He remembers distant thunderstorms rolling across green valleys. He remembers the endless movement of life through the forest. And now, at last, he is ready to leave all of it behind for a while. The den waits hidden beneath a fallen tree near the mountain ridge. It is dark inside. Warm. Silent. The bear stands at the entrance for a long moment before entering. Perhaps even creatures of the wilderness need time to say goodbye to the outside world. Then slowly, he lowers himself into the shelter. The heavy snow outside muffles every sound. The forest fades away. Inside the darkness, the bear finally rests. There is no audience here. No competition. No danger demanding his attention every second. Only stillness. And within that stillness, something extraordinary happens. The enormous creature once feared for his strength becomes gentle. Vulnerable. Peaceful. Curled safely inside the den, his breathing slows into a deep and steady rhythm. The same rhythm carried by winter winds through the trees above him. The same rhythm hidden beneath snowfall and frozen rivers. For the first time in many months, the bear asks nothing from the world. He simply exists. Perhaps this is why the image of a sleeping bear feels so comforting to us. Because deep down, many people long for that same kind of rest. A place where expectations disappear. A place where survival no longer feels like a constant struggle. The brown bear reminds us that true peace often begins the moment we stop resisting silence. Outside, winter continues across the mountains. Snowstorms come and go. Moonlight drifts across frozen forests. Entire seasons pass quietly above the hidden den. But beneath the earth, the bear sleeps on peacefully, protected by darkness and time. Even in sleep, his presence remains powerful. Not because he dominates the forest, but because he belongs to it completely. As the years pass, age softens him. His movements become slower. The scars of old seasons settle quietly into his thick fur. Yet something in his eyes grows warmer and wiser. He no longer walks through the wilderness trying to conquer it. Instead, he moves through it with understanding. He knows now that life is not endless summer. Every living thing must eventually pause. Must eventually retreat inward. Must eventually rest. And maybe there is wisdom in accepting that truth instead of fearing it. Tonight, as the fire burns low beside us and the world outside grows quiet, perhaps you too can allow yourself to rest. Let the worries of the day drift away like snow carried through dark trees. Let your thoughts grow softer. Slower. Imagine the deep silence of the forest wrapped beneath winter skies. Imagine the steady breathing of the brown bear sleeping peacefully beneath the earth. And somewhere within that endless stillness, may you finally discover the comfort of letting go. Above the endless dunes of the desert, beneath a sky filled with cold silver moonlight, the sand cat moves quietly through the silence. Every grain of sand shifts beneath its paws like drifting water, soft and endless, stretching far beyond what the eye can see. In a world where most life struggles to survive, the sand cat has chosen something different. He does not fight the desert. He listens to it. He moves with it. And somewhere within that endless ocean of sand, he has discovered a kind of peace that many humans spend their entire lives searching for. Tonight, as the fire crackles softly beside us and the night grows deeper, let us walk beside this quiet traveler and step into the true rhythm of his life. In his slow footsteps and patient breathing, there is something ancient and comforting waiting to be understood. The desert appears empty at first glance, but emptiness is only another form of silence. The sand cat understands this better than anyone. While the modern world races endlessly toward noise, speed, and distraction, he survives by doing the opposite. He pauses. He waits. He pays attention. During the heat of the day, the desert becomes almost unbearable. Waves of warmth rise from the dunes, bending the air into shimmering illusions. Most creatures retreat underground, hiding from the burning sun, and the sand cat does the same. Deep beneath the surface, inside cool burrows abandoned by foxes or carved gently into the earth, he rests without urgency. He does not waste energy trying to conquer the desert. He simply adapts to it. There is wisdom in that. Many people spend their lives exhausted because they believe every challenge must be defeated immediately. But the sand cat teaches another lesson. Sometimes survival is not about pushing harder. Sometimes it is about knowing when to become still. When evening finally arrives, the desert transforms completely. The burning gold fades into soft blue shadows. The temperature drops. Stars appear one by one until the sky resembles an endless river of light. This is when the sand cat awakens. His eyes open slowly in the darkness, calm and alert. His oversized ears twitch at the faintest vibration beneath the sand. Somewhere nearby, a small movement echoes through the silence. A hidden lizard. A desert mouse. Perhaps only the wind itself brushing against dry grass. Every sound matters here. He steps carefully across the dunes, leaving almost invisible tracks behind him. His thick fur protects him from the cold night air, while the fur covering his paws shields him from the scorching sand beneath. Nature shaped him perfectly for this lonely world, not by making him stronger than the desert, but by allowing him to belong within it. That is the secret of his survival. The sand cat never rushes. He can sit motionless for long stretches of time, watching, listening, breathing with the desert itself. To another creature, this stillness might look like hesitation. But for him, patience is power. In the modern world, silence often makes people uncomfortable. We fill every empty moment with noise, notifications, conversations, and endless movement because we are afraid of stillness. Yet the sand cat lives almost entirely inside stillness, and because of that, he notices things others miss. The changing direction of the wind. The hidden vibration beneath the sand. The exact moment the desert shifts from danger into safety. Perhaps peace has always required slowness. As the night deepens, moonlight washes over the dunes like pale silver water. The sand cat climbs quietly to the top of a ridge and pauses there, staring across the open wilderness. There are no cities here. No crowds. No applause. Only wind, stars, and the endless breathing of the earth. And somehow, it is enough. He does not need to prove his worth to anyone. The desert asks for no performance. It only asks for awareness. Presence. Respect. Sometimes the strongest creatures are not the loudest ones. Sometimes strength belongs to those who can remain gentle in harsh places. Storms eventually arrive, of course. In the desert, they always do. Powerful winds rise suddenly from the horizon, carrying walls of sand that swallow the landscape whole. The sky darkens. Visibility disappears. Even the dunes themselves seem to lose shape beneath the chaos. But the sand cat does not panic. He lowers himself close to the ground and waits for the storm to pass. He trusts the rhythm of the world around him. He understands something humans often forget: not every storm must be outrun. Some storms are survived simply by enduring them quietly. There is something deeply comforting about that thought. Many people carry invisible storms inside themselves. Anxiety about the future. Regret about the past. Fear that they are falling behind. But the sand cat would never understand the idea of falling behind, because he has never measured life as a race. To him, life is simply this moment. This breath. This patch of moonlit sand beneath his paws. And maybe that is why he appears so peaceful. As dawn slowly approaches, the sky begins to soften into pale shades of gray and gold. The cold air warms again. The stars fade one by one into the coming light. Somewhere beyond the dunes, the world will soon awaken into noise and motion once more. But the sand cat turns quietly toward his shelter beneath the sand. His body disappears slowly into the earth until only silence remains behind him. No grand farewell. No dramatic ending. Just the gentle continuation of another quiet day in the desert. And perhaps that is the most beautiful part of all. Tonight, as sleep slowly finds you, imagine the desert growing calm beneath the moonlight. Imagine cool winds brushing softly across endless dunes. Imagine the sand cat walking silently through that vast and peaceful darkness, carrying nothing except trust in the world around him. Let the noise inside your mind drift away like sand in the wind. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to outrun tomorrow. Like the sand cat beneath the stars, you are allowed to rest. You are allowed to become still. And somewhere inside that stillness, you may finally discover the quiet place your heart has been searching for all along. As the stars slowly emerged above the sleeping forest, the stream began whispering softly beneath the silver moonlight. Cool water drifted around smooth stones, carrying fallen leaves quietly downstream while the night air filled with the scent of wet earth and moss. From the shadows between the trees, a small figure finally appeared. The raccoon moved carefully toward the edge of the water. His dark eyes reflected the moon like two tiny mirrors hidden beneath the forest canopy. He paused for a moment beside the stream, listening to the gentle current as though greeting an old companion he had known his entire life. Around him, the forest remained perfectly still. Even the wind seemed unwilling to disturb the quiet ritual that was about to begin. Slowly, the raccoon lowered his tiny paws into the cold water. Ripples spread outward in soft circles beneath the moonlight. Then, with patient concentration, he began repeating the ancient movements that had defined so much of his existence. He lifted a small stone from the stream and rubbed it carefully between his paws before letting it slip gently back into the water. A few moments later, he found a fallen berry near the riverbank and dipped it beneath the surface again and again, as though cleansing something invisible from its skin. To many creatures, these actions would appear meaningless. But for the raccoon, they carried a deeper purpose. His entire life had been shaped by touch, rhythm, and repetition. While other animals relied on speed or strength, the raccoon survived by slowing himself down enough to notice every tiny detail hidden within the darkness. His paws became extensions of his thoughts, exploring the world through texture, temperature, and movement. Every ripple in the water calmed him. Every repeated motion brought his restless mind back into balance. The raccoon never loved noise. Bright afternoons filled with harsh sunlight and endless movement always made him uneasy. He preferred the quiet honesty of nighttime, when the forest softened and the world finally stopped demanding so much attention. Beneath the moon, he no longer needed to hide from chaos because chaos itself seemed to fall asleep. Night was where he felt safest. For years, the stream had become his sanctuary. No matter how difficult the seasons became, the raccoon always returned to the water. During storms, he listened to rain merging with the current. During winter, he watched thin layers of ice drift slowly beneath the pale stars. During summer, fireflies floated above the stream like wandering pieces of light. The water never judged him. It simply flowed. And perhaps that was why he trusted it so deeply. There were nights when the raccoon sat beside the stream for hours without searching for food at all. He would simply watch the moon break apart across the moving surface before gathering itself together again. In those moments, the forest seemed to breathe alongside him. The repeated sounds became a form of comfort. Water against stone. Leaves against wind. Soft paws against the current. Little by little, the tension inside him disappeared. Many creatures admired the raccoon's intelligence, but few understood the loneliness hidden beneath it. His cleverness was born from caution. Every movement carried awareness. Every glance toward the darkness came from years spent protecting himself from dangers hidden within the forest. He learned early that survival required constant attention. Yet such awareness often came at a cost. Even during peaceful nights, part of him remained alert, listening for unfamiliar sounds between the trees. That quiet vigilance never truly disappeared. So the ritual beside the stream became something greater than habit. It became healing. With each object he washed beneath the water, it felt as though he were cleaning fragments of memory from his own heart. Fear. Exhaustion. Old moments of panic buried deep within him. The stream accepted all of it without resistance, carrying his invisible burdens away into the endless darkness beyond the forest. The raccoon never spoke, yet his actions carried a quiet philosophy. Peace does not always arrive through grand transformations. Sometimes peace is found through small repeated gestures. A slow breath. A gentle touch. The sound of water moving beneath moonlight. As the years passed, age gradually softened the raccoon's movements. The quick energy of youth faded into something slower and more thoughtful. His fur carried traces of silver beneath the night sky, and his paws no longer moved with the same restless urgency they once had. Yet he continued returning to the stream. Perhaps now more than ever. His rituals became even more deliberate with time. Every movement seemed filled with meaning. When he dipped his paws into the water, it almost resembled prayer. The forest around him grew quieter too, as though nature itself respected the calm wisdom he had earned through countless solitary nights. He no longer searched endlessly for answers. He no longer feared silence. Instead, he sat peacefully beside the stream, allowing the current to move around him while the moon drifted slowly overhead. In those moments, the raccoon appeared less like a wandering animal and more like a spirit woven gently into the rhythm of the forest itself. The water flowed. The stars shimmered. The night breathed softly around him. And somewhere within that endless stillness, he finally discovered something many spend their entire lives searching for. Not perfection. Not escape. But acceptance. Acceptance of solitude. Acceptance of change. Acceptance of himself. At last, the moon began sinking behind the distant trees, and darkness slowly deepened across the stream. The raccoon stood quietly at the water's edge for one final moment. Tiny droplets slipped from his paws back into the current below. Then, without sound, he disappeared once more into the shadows of the sleeping forest. Only the stream remained, carrying its soft whispers through the night. And perhaps, somewhere deep inside your own restless heart, a quiet rhythm still remains as well. A rhythm asking you to slow down. To breathe more gently. To release what no longer needs to be carried. Like the raccoon beside the moonlit stream, maybe peace has been waiting for you all along in the smallest and quietest moments. Upon the vast and endless blue of the ocean, the sea otter drifts gently with the rising and falling tides. Its small paws remain tightly intertwined with another, preserving the warmest thread of comfort within an ever-moving world. Tonight, beside the soft glow of a flickering fire, we quietly enter the true life of the sea otter. And within the rhythm of the waves, we slowly release every fear and defense, sinking peacefully into the ocean's gentle cradle. When night settles over the sea, the ocean becomes something immense and unknowable. Dark water stretches endlessly beneath the moonlight, breathing softly with the pulse of the tides. Waves rise and fall like the slow heartbeat of an ancient world, carrying with them the quiet weight of distance and time. Most creatures would fear such endless drifting. But the sea otter does not. Floating calmly upon the surface, wrapped within silver reflections of moonlight, the sea otter has learned how to turn uncertainty itself into home. While storms may change the direction of the currents, while winds may scatter the tides across thousands of miles, the sea otter survives through something astonishingly simple. Connection. Long ago, the sea taught them an important truth. Anything left alone upon the water can drift away in the darkness. And so, when the sea otters sleep, they often hold tightly onto one another's paws, gently anchoring themselves together against the movement of the tide. That gesture may seem small to the outside world. But within it lives one of nature's quietest forms of love. The sea otter does not attempt to conquer the ocean. It does not challenge the storms or command the waves to become still. Instead, it chooses trust. Trust in the rhythm of the water. Trust in the warmth of companionship. Trust that even within a world that never stops moving, there can still exist moments of safety. As dawn slowly colors the horizon with pale gold light, the sea otters drift peacefully across the calm surface. Their thick fur glimmers beneath the early sun while gentle ripples spread outward around them like silk unfolding upon the water. There is no rush in their movements. No desperation. Only softness. With careful pause, they groom their fur for long stretches of time, smoothing each strand with quiet concentration. To some, it may appear like an ordinary routine. But in truth, it resembles a kind of meditation. A slow and deliberate act of care. The sea otter understands that peace is built through small rituals repeated gently over time. In the human world, people often search for stability by trying to control everything around them. But the sea otter knows another way. It knows that life upon the ocean can never be fully controlled. The tides will always shift. The waves will always rise again. And so, instead of exhausting itself fighting the sea, it learns how to float with it. There is wisdom hidden inside that surrender. At times, storms sweep violently across the water. Cold winds roar through the darkness while towering waves crash endlessly beneath the clouds. Yet even then, the sea otter continues to drift with remarkable calmness, allowing its body to rise and fall with the movement of the ocean rather than resisting it. Its strength is not loud. It is gentle. And perhaps that is why the sea otter feels so comforting to watch. In a world filled with pressure, ambition, and endless striving, this small creature survives not through dominance, but through tenderness. Through trust. Through closeness. The sea otter reminds us that vulnerability is not weakness. Sometimes the bravest thing a soul can do is simply reach out and hold on. As evening returns to the ocean, the water darkens into deep shades of blue and silver. The scent of salt drifts softly through the cool air while distant waves murmur quietly against hidden rocks. The sea otters gather once more upon the surface, floating side by side beneath the stars. They do not fear the darkness. Because they are not alone within it. There is something profoundly healing about that image. Two small creatures drifting upon an endless sea, connected only by the warmth of their intertwined paws, yet somehow completely at peace. Perhaps many people spend their lives searching for exactly that feeling. Not perfection. Not control. Only the quiet certainty that someone, somewhere, is still holding on beside them. The sea otter's life may appear simple from a distance, but hidden within its softness is an extraordinary resilience. Day after day, wave after wave, it continues floating through uncertainty without losing its capacity for gentleness. That is its quiet miracle. And maybe there is something deeply human hidden within that lesson as well. You do not always need to carry the entire weight of the ocean by yourself. Sometimes it is enough to drift for a while. Sometimes it is enough to rest beside warmth you trust. Sometimes healing begins the moment you stop fighting every current and allow yourself to simply breathe with the tide. Now the fire beside us burns low, and the sea has become almost completely silent beneath the moonlight. Far away upon the dark water, the sea otters drift together like small islands of warmth floating through the endless night. Tonight, may you rest as peacefully as they do upon the gentle waves. May you loosen your grip on every fear that has followed you through the day. May you remember that even in the middle of uncertainty, tenderness can still exist. And as sleep slowly carries you outward like the quiet tide beneath the stars, may your heart grow lighter, calmer, and softer, until all that remains is the sound of distant waves and the comforting warmth of being safely held. Under the silver glow of the moon, a gray wolf stood silently at the edge of the frozen wilderness. The wind moved through his thick fur as snow drifted softly across the open land, and for a long moment, he simply watched the world breathe. He was not just a hunter of the wild. He was a guardian of it. A quiet companion beneath the endless night sky. Tonight, beside the gentle crackling of a warm fire, we follow the life of the gray wolf and step into the deep stillness of the northern wilderness, where loneliness becomes strength, and where loyalty shines brighter than fear. Far away from the noise of cities and crowded roads, the wolf lived in a world ruled by cold air, ancient forests, and long winters. The nights there stretched endlessly beneath pale stars, and the silence carried a weight that few humans could truly understand. But the wolf understood it completely. Many people feared the sound of a wolf's howl. To them, it sounded wild and dangerous, something born from darkness itself. But the howl was never truly about violence. It was about connection. Across frozen valleys and snowy hills, wolves called to one another so no one would ever feel alone in the dark. Each howl traveled through the cold air like a promise. I am here. You are not abandoned. The pack is still together. For the gray wolf, survival was never about standing above others. It was about standing beside them. When winter storms buried the land beneath heavy snow, the pack stayed close together. The older wolves walked at the edges, shielding the younger ones from harsh wind. When food became scarce, they shared what little they had. When danger appeared in the forest, no wolf faced it entirely alone. The gray wolf carried this responsibility with quiet pride. Every step he took across the wilderness held meaning. Every trail he followed was connected to the safety of the pack behind him. At night, while the others rested beneath thick pine trees, he often stayed awake a little longer. He listened carefully to the distant sounds of the forest. The creaking of frozen branches. The shifting of snow across stone. The low whisper of wind moving through the valley. His alertness was not driven by fear. It came from love. The wolf understood that protection was not loud. Real strength did not need to announce itself. It revealed itself in patience, in loyalty, and in the quiet decision to remain beside those who depended on you. As seasons passed, the wolf came to know every part of the land. He memorized frozen rivers hidden beneath snow. He learned where elk traveled during winter and where small streams still flowed beneath the ice. The wilderness became more than a home. It became part of his spirit. Sometimes, during calm nights under the moon, the wolf would stop at the top of a ridge and stare across the enormous sleeping forest. The trees stretched endlessly into darkness, silver beneath moonlight, while distant mountains rested beneath drifting clouds. In those moments, he looked less like an animal and more like a living memory of the ancient world. The gray wolf never rushed through life. He moved with purpose, conserving energy, respecting the rhythm of nature. Unlike humans, he did not try to control the wilderness around him. He adapted to it. He listened to it. He trusted it. And perhaps that is why wolves carry such a strange emotional presence. Even from a distance, they seem deeply familiar, as though they understand something about loneliness that humans also carry within themselves. The older the wolf became, the calmer he grew. The sharp energy of youth slowly transformed into something steadier and wiser. His movements became slower but more deliberate. He no longer chased every sound or reacted to every disturbance in the forest. Instead, he observed quietly, conserving his strength and choosing his moments carefully. The younger wolves watched him closely. Without words, he taught them how to survive. Not just how to hunt, but how to endure difficult winters. How to remain calm during fear. How to trust one another when the world became harsh and uncertain. But life in the wilderness was changing. Over time, the forests grew smaller. Roads pushed deeper into ancient land. The sounds of machines echoed through valleys that were once silent. The wolf often caught unfamiliar scents drifting through the trees: oil, smoke, metal, distant human presence. And slowly, the pack retreated farther into the mountains. Many nights, the gray wolf stood silently at the edge of those shrinking forests, staring toward distant lights glowing beyond the hills. There was sadness in those moments, but not bitterness. The wolf did not hate humanity. He simply wished for space to exist peacefully beneath the same sky. Even as the wilderness changed around him, he refused to abandon what mattered most. The pack remained together. The bond remained strong. And deep inside the frozen silence of the mountains, the old traditions of loyalty and trust continued on. That quiet endurance became his greatest strength. Perhaps that is why the image of a lone gray wolf beneath moonlight feels so deeply emotional to people. It reminds us of something we often lose in modern life. Connection. Belonging. The comfort of knowing someone would remain beside us through darkness. The wolf teaches us that we do not need to carry every burden alone. Sometimes the strongest thing a soul can do is simply stay close to those it loves. Tonight, as the world outside grows quieter and the weight of the day slowly fades, imagine the gray wolf walking calmly through the snow beneath a silver sky. The forest breathes around him. Cold wind moves softly through the pines. His paws leave gentle tracks across untouched snow before disappearing into the endless night. And somewhere in the distance, another wolf answers his call. Not with fear. Not with loneliness. But with recognition. A reminder that even in the coldest wilderness, no heart is truly alone. So let the noise of the world drift away now. Let the worries loosen their grip. Like the gray wolf beneath the moon, you do not need to fight the darkness tonight. You only need to rest within it. Close your eyes. Feel the stillness around you. And follow the steady footsteps of the wolf into a place of warmth, safety, and deep peaceful sleep. Beneath a sky overflowing with silver stars, a fennec fox wandered quietly through the endless desert. The sand glowed softly under the moonlight, shifting like waves across the sleeping earth, while cool night wind drifted gently over the dunes. In that enormous silence, the tiny fox moved carefully and peacefully, leaving behind only delicate footprints that would disappear again by morning. Tonight, beside the warm crackling of a fire, we step into the life of the fennec fox and follow him deep into the stillness of the desert, where the world becomes quiet enough to hear even the smallest dreams. During the daytime, the desert could feel harsh and unforgiving. The sun burned across the sand with relentless heat, and the air shimmered beneath endless blue skies. Most creatures hid from the scorching light. The desert appeared empty, almost lifeless. But when night arrived, everything changed. The heat faded slowly into cool air. Stars emerged one by one across the heavens until the entire sky seemed alive with light. The desert became peaceful again, ancient and calm, as though the earth itself had finally exhaled after a long day. This was when the fennec fox awakened. Small and light-footed, he stepped from his underground den and paused beneath the moon. His enormous ears tilted gently toward the darkness, listening carefully to sounds most creatures would never notice. The movement of insects beneath sand. The distant rustle of dry grass. The whisper of wind traveling across faraway dunes. Those great ears were more than a curious feature. They were how he understood the world. In a place where silence stretched endlessly in every direction, the fox learned that survival depended on listening. Not forcing. Not fighting. Listening. The fennec fox never tried to dominate the desert around him. He adapted to it instead. He accepted its loneliness, its quietness, and its endless open space without resentment. And because of that, the desert welcomed him gently. Every night, he traveled slowly through winding dunes painted silver beneath the stars. He never hurried. There was no reason to rush in a world so ancient and patient. He moved with the rhythm of the night itself, calm and deliberate, as though every step was part of a peaceful ritual. Sometimes he climbed to the top of a tall dune and simply sat there for long stretches of time. The stars stretched endlessly above him while cool wind brushed softly against his pale fur. In those moments, the tiny fox seemed completely at peace, perfectly balanced within the vast emptiness around him. Humans often fear solitude. We fill our lives with noise, distractions, and endless movement because silence can feel uncomfortable. But the fennec fox understood something many people forget. Silence is not always loneliness. Sometimes silence is rest. Sometimes silence is where the soul finally feels safe enough to breathe. The fox carried that quiet understanding everywhere he went. When cold desert winds swept across the dunes during winter nights, he found shelter in carefully dug burrows beneath the sand. Deep underground, the world became warm and still. Curled tightly into a small ball of fur, the fox rested peacefully while the stars continued their silent journey overhead. Even in sleep, he remained gentle and alert, connected to the rhythm of the desert around him. As the years passed, the fennec fox came to know every hidden corner of the wilderness. He memorized where cool shadows rested at dawn and where small patches of life survived between the dunes. The desert no longer felt empty to him. It felt alive. He understood that beauty did not need to be loud or overwhelming. Sometimes beauty existed in tiny things. A soft breeze at midnight. Moonlight touching sand. The faint sound of distant wind beneath the stars. The fox never needed more than that. Far away from crowded cities and endless human ambition, he lived a life built from simplicity. A safe den. A quiet night. Enough space to move freely beneath the sky. And somehow, that small life felt complete. Over time, however, the world around him slowly changed. Roads stretched deeper into the desert. Lights appeared where darkness once ruled completely. The sounds of distant engines occasionally echoed through valleys of sand that had once known only wind. Still, the fennec fox retreated deeper into the wilderness, seeking the quiet places untouched by noise. Not because he hated the world, but because he understood the value of peace. There was wisdom in the way he lived. He did not waste himself fighting battles that would steal his calm. He protected his energy carefully. He chose stillness over chaos whenever he could. And perhaps that is why people feel strangely comforted when they see a fennec fox beneath the desert stars. Something about him reminds us that life does not always need to be fast or complicated. Peace can exist in small hidden moments if we are willing to slow down enough to notice them. The older the fox became, the softer his movements seemed. His pace slowed, but his spirit grew calmer and deeper with time. He no longer wandered endlessly through every corner of the desert. Instead, he spent more nights resting atop familiar dunes, watching the stars drift quietly across the sky. He had stopped searching for something greater. He had already found enough. Tonight, as darkness settles gently around your own world, imagine the fennec fox standing alone beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The desert stretches endlessly in every direction, silent and peaceful beneath silver moonlight. A cool breeze moves softly across the dunes while tiny grains of sand shimmer like scattered pieces of glass. The fox lifts his head slightly, listening to the quiet heartbeat of the night. And somewhere within that endless stillness, your own thoughts begin to slow. The worries you carried all day start to loosen and drift away like sand in the wind. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You do not need to outrun tomorrow. Like the fennec fox beneath the stars, you only need a small place of warmth, a quiet moment of stillness, and permission to finally rest. So close your eyes now. Breathe slowly. Feel the calmness of the desert night surrounding you. And follow the gentle footsteps of the fox into the deepest and most peaceful sleep. Deep within the ancient rainforests of the Americas, where moonlight slips softly through layers of leaves and the air carries the scent of wet earth and moss, the ocelot moves like living shadow. His coat glows beneath the silver light, covered in swirling patterns that look less like fur and more like fragments of the forest itself. Every step he takes is silent. Every movement feels deliberate, graceful, almost dreamlike. In a world obsessed with noise, speed, and endless attention, the ocelot has chosen another path entirely. He lives quietly among the roots and branches, asking nothing from the world except space to exist peacefully within it. Tonight, as the fire crackles gently nearby and the darkness outside begins to settle into stillness, let us walk slowly into the hidden world of this mysterious cat. In the rhythm of his footsteps and the calm of his solitary life, there is something deeply soothing waiting to be understood. The rainforest never truly sleeps. Even at night, life hums softly through the trees. Tiny insects sing hidden songs from the undergrowth. Water drips from broad leaves after distant rainfall. Frogs call from unseen pools deep within the jungle. Somewhere far away, branches shift beneath unseen animals moving through the canopy overhead. And through all of it, the ocelot moves with perfect calm. He does not rush through the darkness searching for control. He belongs to the forest too completely for that. The jungle is not something he fights against or conquers. It is simply home. His beautifully patterned coat allows him to disappear almost completely among broken patches of moonlight and shadow. To human eyes, the rainforest can feel chaotic and overwhelming, but to the ocelot, every branch, vine, and shifting leaf carries meaning. He understands the language of this place. He knows which roots stay dry after heavy storms. He knows which trees bend safely beneath his weight. He knows where silence gathers and where danger waits. This deep awareness has shaped every part of his life. Many people see the ocelot and immediately think of elegance. And it is true, there is undeniable beauty in the way he moves. His body flows through the forest with almost liquid grace, as though the jungle itself is carrying him forward. But beneath that elegance lies something even more important: complete attention. The ocelot survives because he pays attention to the present moment with extraordinary care. He listens before moving. He watches before acting. He pauses before choosing a direction. In many ways, his life becomes a quiet meditation hidden inside the wilderness. Modern life often pulls people away from themselves. There is always another message to answer, another task to finish, another pressure waiting just ahead. Minds become crowded and restless. Even moments meant for rest feel heavy with unfinished thoughts. But the ocelot knows nothing about rushing toward tomorrow. For him, life unfolds one careful step at a time. Sometimes, deep in the rainforest, he will stop completely and remain motionless for long stretches beneath the trees. Not because he is afraid. Not because he is uncertain. He simply understands the value of stillness. The forest continues moving around him while he remains calm at its center. Rain drifts softly through the canopy. Wind stirs the leaves overhead. Fireflies flicker through the darkness like tiny floating stars. Yet the ocelot stays grounded within himself, perfectly at peace with simply being present. Perhaps that is why his solitude never feels empty. Humans often fear being alone because silence forces us to face our own thoughts. But the ocelot has spent his entire life inside silence, and rather than shrinking from it, he has learned how to feel at home there. There is something deeply comforting about that idea. The rainforest itself changes constantly. Storms arrive suddenly, drenching the jungle in endless sheets of rain. Rivers overflow their banks. Branches snap beneath powerful winds. Entire sections of forest transform over time as old trees fall and new life rises from the shadows below. The ocelot witnesses all of it without resistance. He does not waste energy trying to stop change. He adapts to it instead. When heavy rain floods the forest floor, he climbs higher into the trees. When danger enters his territory, he slips deeper into the shadows. When the world grows louder, he moves quietly away from the noise. There is wisdom in that kind of flexibility. Many people spend years exhausting themselves by fighting every uncomfortable moment life brings. But the ocelot reminds us that survival is not always about confrontation. Sometimes peace comes from knowing when to step back, when to protect your energy, and when to disappear into your own quiet space until the storm passes. As the night deepens, moonlight paints silver patterns across his fur while he rests along a thick tree branch high above the forest floor. From there, he watches the rainforest breathe beneath him. He asks for very little. A safe path through the trees. A quiet corner hidden from danger. A place where he can move through life without losing himself. And somehow, those simple things are enough. That simplicity feels almost sacred now. The older the ocelot becomes, the more deeply he seems connected to the forest around him. His pace grows slower, but also calmer. More certain. He no longer moves with the restless energy of youth. Instead, every step carries quiet confidence, shaped by years spent listening to the rhythms of rain, wind, and darkness. He has learned that peace is not found by escaping the wilderness of life. Peace is found by learning how to walk gently through it. As dawn slowly approaches, the rainforest begins to glow with soft shades of blue and gold. Mist rises from the earth. Birds awaken high in the canopy. The long night finally begins to loosen its hold on the jungle. The ocelot stands silently for a final moment beneath the fading moonlight. Then, without sound, he disappears once more into the forest shadows. No audience watches him leave. No history records his passing. And still, his life remains beautiful. Tonight, as sleep slowly settles around you, imagine the rainforest breathing softly beneath the stars. Imagine cool night air drifting through endless trees while an ocelot moves quietly through the shadows, carrying nothing except calm awareness and trust in the world around him. Let your thoughts soften. Let the weight you carry today begin to fall away. You do not need to solve every problem tonight. You do not need to prove your worth to the world before resting. Like the ocelot hidden safely beneath the rainforest canopy, you are allowed to step away from the noise. You are allowed to protect your peace. You are allowed to disappear for a while into your own quiet corner of stillness. And somewhere within that silence, your heart may finally remember what it feels like to be truly at rest. Deep within the endless heart of the tropical rainforest, where thick vines twist around ancient trees and moonlight struggles to touch the forest floor, a golden figure moves quietly through the darkness. High above the sleeping world, the kinkajou drifts from branch to branch with effortless grace, as though the night itself is carrying him. Tonight, beside the faint warmth of a glowing fire, let us wander slowly into his hidden world, and within the cool silence of the rainforest canopy, learn how to release the noise we have carried for far too long. As evening settled over the jungle, the forest began to breathe differently. The bright chaos of the day softened into something older and calmer. Birds disappeared into hidden nests. Insects replaced daylight songs with delicate rhythms that echoed endlessly through the leaves. Moisture gathered along the bark of towering trees while distant rain clouds rolled quietly beyond the horizon. Somewhere within that living darkness, the kinkajou awakened. Unlike many creatures of the rainforest, he belonged entirely to the night. Daylight had never interested him. While the jungle beneath the sun overflowed with movement, competition, and restless survival, the nighttime canopy offered him something far more precious: space to think, space to breathe, and space to exist without urgency. His golden fur shimmered faintly beneath scattered moonlight as he climbed carefully through the branches. Every movement felt impossibly smooth, almost dreamlike. His long tail curled naturally around vines for balance while his sharp eyes reflected tiny fragments of silver light. Watching him move through the forest was like watching water flow silently through stone. Yet beneath that graceful elegance lived a creature deeply familiar with solitude. The kinkajou spent most of his life alone among the highest branches, far removed from the noise below. But his loneliness was never bitter. It was chosen. In the quiet heights of the rainforest canopy, he discovered something the crowded world beneath could never offer him: stillness. Night after night, he traveled slowly through the tangled green maze above the forest floor. He searched for ripe fruit hidden among leaves glistening with rainwater. Sometimes he paused beside clusters of flowers, drinking sweet nectar while cool winds drifted through the trees. Other times he simply rested upon a branch, listening to the rainforest whisper around him. The jungle never truly slept. Beneath him, unseen creatures rustled through fallen leaves. Frogs sang beside hidden streams. Faraway thunder rolled softly across the mountains. Yet somehow, none of it disturbed him. The kinkajou had learned to move with the rhythm of the forest instead of resisting it. Perhaps that was his greatest gift. Many creatures survive by fighting against the wilderness, trying endlessly to conquer fear, hunger, and uncertainty. But the kinkajou chose another path. He surrendered himself gently to the flow of the rainforest. He trusted the branches beneath his paws. He trusted the darkness surrounding him. He trusted the slow turning of seasons above all else. During heavy rainstorms, when the sky opened and water poured endlessly through the canopy, he would curl beneath broad leaves and wait patiently. The cold rain tapped softly against the foliage above him like thousands of tiny fingers drumming upon the earth. While other creatures panicked beneath the violence of the storm, the kinkajou simply closed his eyes and listened. To him, even the rain carried comfort. There were nights when thick fog swallowed the treetops entirely, turning the rainforest into a floating sea of shadows. On those quiet nights, he moved even more slowly than usual. The air smelled of moss, wet bark, and blooming flowers hidden somewhere beyond sight. His body blended perfectly with the darkness, as though he were becoming part of the forest itself. Over time, the rainforest taught him many things. It taught him that silence is not emptiness. It taught him that solitude can heal rather than wound. It taught him that not every path must lead somewhere meaningful to be worthwhile. Some journeys exist simply so the soul can breathe more deeply while taking them. Humans who glimpsed him rarely understood him. They called him mysterious, elusive, almost ghost-like. They imagined him wandering endlessly through the jungle searching for something hidden. But the truth was far gentler than that. The Kinkajou was never searching for anything at all. He had already found what most creatures spend their lives chasing. He had found peace in simply belonging where he was. As the years passed, his movements gradually slowed. The quick leaps of youth softened into careful climbs filled with quiet thoughtfulness. Silver traces appeared within his golden fur whenever moonlight touched him just right. Yet age did not diminish him. If anything, it made him calmer, softer, and more deeply connected to the forest around him. Now he spent longer hours resting among the treetops, gazing silently across the endless sea of leaves stretching toward the horizon. Sometimes he watched rain clouds gather in the distance. Sometimes he followed the movements of fireflies drifting between branches like wandering stars. Other times he simply sat in complete stillness, breathing slowly while the entire rainforest pulsed gently around him. He no longer felt the need to outrun time. The fears that once haunted him dissolved quietly into the rhythm of the jungle. The desires that once pulled at his spirit faded like mist beneath morning light. Little by little, he allowed himself to become part of something larger than his own thoughts. And perhaps that is why the Kinkajou feels so comforting to imagine in the darkness. In a world constantly demanding attention, speed, and endless striving, he reminds us that there is another way to exist. A slower way. A quieter way. A way where peace is not earned through achievement, but discovered through presence. Now the fire beside us burns low. The rainforest grows colder as midnight deepens. Somewhere high above the sleeping jungle, the golden creature curls himself carefully among the branches once more. His tail wraps gently around his body while soft winds move through the leaves like distant ocean waves. Perhaps tonight, you too can release the weight you have been carrying. You do not need to chase every expectation. You do not need to answer every fear. Like the Kinkajou resting quietly beneath the moonlit canopy, you are allowed to disappear for a while into softness, silence, and rest. So close your eyes now. Let the cool breath of the rainforest wash slowly through your thoughts. Let the distant rustling leaves carry away your tension one piece at a time. And as sleep finally drifts over you like warm tropical rain, may you find yourself wrapped gently within the same golden stillness that has always belonged to the lonely wanderer high among the trees. Deep within the humid heart of the tropical jungle, beneath tangled vines and towering ancient trees, the dhole moves softly through the darkness. The forest around him breathes with quiet life. Leaves sway gently overhead. Warm rainwater drips slowly from moss-covered branches. And somewhere beyond the shadows, insects sing in endless rhythm beneath the stars. The dhole pauses for a moment beside a narrow jungle stream. His amber eyes reflect the silver glow of moonlight slipping through the canopy above. He listens carefully, not with fear, but with familiarity. This forest is not simply where he lives. It is part of him. Tonight, beside the gentle crackling of a warm fire, we step quietly into the story of his life. A life shaped not by dominance or noise, but by harmony, instinct, and connection. And perhaps, hidden somewhere within the rhythm of his footsteps and the whispering jungle wind, we may rediscover a kind of peace we thought we had lost long ago. When the heat of the day finally fades, the rainforest becomes softer. The harsh brightness disappears, replaced by cool shadows and drifting mist. The jungle no longer feels wild or dangerous. Instead, it becomes calm. Ancient. Almost dreamlike. This is the hour when the dhole feels most alive. Unlike creatures that rule through intimidation, the dhole survives through trust and understanding. He is rarely alone for long. His family moves together through the undergrowth with quiet coordination, almost as though they share a single heartbeat. They communicate through soft whistles, gentle chirps, and low murmurs carried through the trees. To outsiders, these sounds seem small and unimportant. But within the jungle, they form a language of reassurance. A reminder that no one is wandering completely alone. The dhole's life has always depended on rhythm. The rhythm of the forest. The rhythm of the seasons. The rhythm shared between companions moving silently beneath the moonlight. Every step he takes across damp earth feels careful and deliberate. He does not waste movement. He does not rush toward unnecessary conflict. The jungle already contains enough chaos on its own. Instead, he moves with balance. During long nights beneath the canopy, he often pauses to observe the world around him. He listens to distant thunder rolling across the mountains. He watches fireflies drift slowly between dark branches like floating stars. Sometimes he simply stands motionless beside the roots of enormous trees, breathing quietly as the rainforest hums around him. There is wisdom in that stillness. Humans often believe survival belongs only to the loudest voices or strongest forces. But the dhole understands something different. True strength can exist quietly. It can exist in patience. In cooperation. In the ability to remain calm while the world constantly shifts around you. When storms arrive, the rainforest transforms completely. Rain crashes endlessly against the canopy above, turning trails into rivers and rivers into floods. The jungle becomes dark and heavy beneath the weight of the storm. Yet even then, the dhole does not panic. He simply adjusts to the rhythm of the rain. Together with his pack, he finds shelter beneath thick roots and stone outcroppings hidden deep within the forest. There they wait quietly while thunder echoes across the valley. In moments like these, the jungle teaches patience. The storm will pass eventually. The sky will clear again. The earth will dry beneath the morning sun. The dhole never fights against these natural cycles. He accepts them as part of life itself. And maybe that acceptance is what makes his spirit feel so peaceful. Many people spend years resisting every hardship, exhausting themselves trying to control things beyond their reach. But the dhole survives differently. He bends with the changing world instead of breaking against it. On clear nights after the rainforest becomes breathtakingly beautiful. Mist rises gently from the earth while moonlight paints silver patterns across wet leaves. The air smells rich with moss, bark, and fresh soil. The dhole walks carefully through this glowing darkness, his reddish fur blending softly into the shadows of the jungle floor. Behind him, his companions follow closely, their footsteps nearly silent beneath the endless stars above. Together they move like part of the forest itself. Not separate from nature. Not fighting against it. But fully connected to it. As years pass, however, the jungle slowly changes. The distant sounds of machines begin echoing beyond the trees. Roads cut through places that once belonged only to birds and rainstorms. The old silence becomes harder to find. The dhole notices these changes. He sees the edges of the forest shrinking year after year. Yet he does not respond with anger. Instead, he retreats deeper into the wilderness, searching for the quiet places that still remain untouched. There is sadness in this retreat, but there is also dignity. He refuses to allow the noise of the outside world to poison the calmness he carries inside himself. Even as he grows older, his movements remain graceful and steady. His pace slows slightly beneath the weight of time, but his eyes never lose their warmth. In those eyes lives the memory of countless nights beneath the stars. The memory of rainstorms survived. The memory of endless green valleys stretching beneath moonlit skies. And perhaps most importantly, the memory of belonging. Because that is what the dhole truly represents. Not loneliness. Not fear. But connection. Connection to the earth. Connection to others. Connection to the quiet rhythm that exists underneath all living things. Now the fire beside us burns lower, and the jungle around us grows softer with sleep. Far away, beneath a sky overflowing with stars, the dhole disappears silently into the emerald darkness of the rainforest. The leaves close gently behind him. The night swallows his footsteps. But the feeling he leaves behind remains. A feeling of calm. Of balance. Of finally letting go. And tonight, as the world outside slowly fades into silence, perhaps you too can release the worries you carried through the day. Let them drift away like mist between the trees. Let your breathing slow with the rhythm of the forest itself. And somewhere within this endless green darkness, may you find the same peace the dhole has always known beneath the stars. Beneath the quiet glow of the moon, deep within the shadowy forests and rolling hills, the raccoon dog moves at an unhurried pace through the sleeping world. He does not rush. He does not compete. While the modern world races endlessly toward noise, speed, and exhaustion, the raccoon dog carries himself with a calmness that feels almost forgotten. Every slow step he takes across fallen leaves and damp earth seems to hold a kind of quiet wisdom, as if he understands something the rest of the world has lost. Tonight, beside the soft crackle of a warm fire, we follow the gentle path of the raccoon dog and step into the story of his life. A life shaped not by ambition or conquest, but by patience, stillness, and peace. And somewhere within his quiet journey, perhaps we can rediscover the calm our own hearts have been searching for. As darkness settles over the forest, the air grows colder and the wind softens into a distant whisper between the trees. The raccoon dog emerges slowly from his hidden den beneath tangled roots and moss-covered stone. He pauses for a long moment before moving forward, lifting his nose gently into the night air. He listens first. Not because he is afraid, but because he respects the world around him. The forest speaks in small ways. The shifting of grass. The flutter of wings high above the branches. The faint trickle of water moving through the rocks nearby. Most creatures hurry past these sounds without noticing them, but the raccoon dog treats each one like part of an ancient conversation between himself and the wilderness. His life has always been slow. Not slow from weakness, but from understanding. He has learned that survival does not always belong to the strongest or the fastest. Sometimes it belongs to the creature willing to move gently through the world, disturbing as little as possible. Through spring rains and long winters, he follows the same quiet trails through the forest. The paths are familiar now, shaped by years of patient wandering. He knows where mushrooms grow after storms. He knows which streams remain unfrozen during the coldest nights. He knows where the moonlight touches the ground between the cedar trees just before dawn. There is comfort in this rhythm. A kind of peace that comes from asking for very little. Many animals fight constantly for territory or dominance, but the raccoon dog seems uninterested in proving himself to anyone. He does not waste energy chasing glory through the wilderness. Instead, he searches for smaller things. Warm earth beneath his paws. A safe place to rest before sunrise. The gentle comfort of silence. And perhaps that is why his presence feels so calming. In a world where everything demands urgency, the raccoon dog reminds us that life does not always need to be loud to be meaningful. During the colder months, the forest becomes harsh and empty. The trees stand bare beneath pale skies, and frost gathers silently across the hills. Food grows scarce. The nights stretch longer. Yet even then, the raccoon dog does not panic. He simply adapts. Curled safely inside his den, he rests quietly while winter storms move above him. Snow falls softly across the entrance while the forest outside grows silent and still. Inside the darkness, he breathes slowly, conserving warmth and energy. There is something deeply comforting about the way he accepts the changing seasons without resistance. He understands that hardship is temporary. That no winter lasts forever. Humans often spend their lives fighting against every uncomfortable moment, trying desperately to control things beyond their reach. But the raccoon dog survives differently. He bends gently with the changing world instead of breaking beneath it. And because of that, he carries very little fear. On clear nights, when the clouds disappear and the stars spread endlessly across the sky, he wanders quietly along the edge of rivers and sleeping forests. Moonlight brushes softly across his thick fur as he walks. Sometimes he stops beside the water and simply watches. No destination. No urgency. Only stillness. The river continues moving whether he hurries or not. The stars continue shining whether anyone notices them or not. And perhaps, in those silent moments beside the dark water, the raccoon dog understands something many people forget. Life is not only about reaching somewhere. Sometimes it is enough simply to exist peacefully within the moment you are already living. As years pass, the world around him slowly changes. Roads appear where forests once stretched endlessly. The distant glow of cities brightens the horizon at night. Human voices echo deeper into places that once belonged only to wind and trees. The raccoon dog notices these changes, but he does not carry anger in his heart. Instead, he retreats quietly into quieter corners of the wilderness, protecting what little peace remains. There is sadness in this retreat, but also dignity. He refuses to let the noise of the world steal the softness of his spirit. Even as he grows older, his movements remain calm and deliberate. His fur becomes rougher with age, and his pace slows beneath the weight of passing seasons, yet something gentle continues glowing inside him. Wisdom. Not the loud wisdom of speeches or victories, but the quiet wisdom earned through years of listening to rainstorms, surviving winters, and walking alone beneath endless skies. And maybe that is why watching him feels strangely healing. Because deep down, many of us are tired. Tired of rushing. Tired of noise. Tired of carrying worries that never seem to end. The raccoon dog asks for none of those things. He teaches us that peace can still exist in small hidden places. In soft footsteps through the dark. In the sound of wind through trees. In the simple comfort of slowing down long enough to breathe. Now the night grows deeper. The fire crackles softly beside us as the forest settles into silence once more. Far away, beneath silver moonlight and drifting clouds, the raccoon dog disappears quietly into the sleeping woods. No grand farewell. No final sound. Only peace. And as the darkness gently closes around the forest, perhaps you too can let go of the weight you carried through the day. Let your thoughts slow like his quiet footsteps along the earth. Let your breathing soften like wind moving through distant trees. Tonight, beneath this endless sky, may you rest as peacefully as the raccoon dog resting deep within the silent forest. Deep in a golden forest painted with the colors of late autumn, a red fox moved silently across a blanket of fallen leaves. His coat glowed like a living flame beneath the fading evening light, warm against the cold earth, as though the forest itself had saved one final spark before winter arrived. Tonight, beside the soft crackling of a fire, we follow the quiet life of the red fox and wander with him through hidden trails, lonely hillsides, and silent woods where the world finally slows down enough to breathe. Long before snow covered the fields, the red fox had already learned how to listen to the earth. Every sound mattered to him. The snap of a twig. The whisper of distant wind. The faint rustling beneath frozen grass. His sharp ears were never truly at rest, and because of that, he lived in a constant state of awareness that few creatures could understand. But the fox did not hate this life. He accepted it. While other animals fought loudly for territory and dominance, the fox preferred distance and silence. He slipped between shadows instead of confronting danger directly. He chose hidden paths through the forest where old trees bent low over narrow trails and where the air smelled of moss, rain, and cold bark. To many, his solitude looked sad. But to the fox, solitude was peace. As autumn deepened, the forest changed around him. Leaves drifted endlessly from towering branches, covering the earth in gold, amber, and deep crimson. The fox often paused beside quiet streams, watching the water carry fragments of leaves away into the unknown. Perhaps, in his own way, he understood something humans often forget, that everything eventually moves on. Nothing stays forever. Not warmth. Not pain. Not even the longest winter night. When storms approached, the fox always sensed them before the sky darkened. The pressure in the air shifted. Birdsong faded. The forest grew still in a strange and heavy silence. And without panic, the fox prepared. Near the roots of an ancient oak tree, he dug a small den beneath tangled roots and damp soil. Inside, sheltered from snow and freezing wind, he curled tightly into himself and wrapped his thick tail around his nose. The warmth of his own fur became a shield against the bitter cold outside. There, hidden beneath the earth while snow buried the forest above, the fox rested. Sometimes, during those endless winter nights, he dreamed of warmer seasons. He remembered running through open meadows filled with wildflowers and tall summer grass. He remembered sunlight warming his back as dragonflies drifted above shallow ponds. Those memories stayed with him like tiny embers glowing quietly in the dark. The red fox understood something important about survival. Not every battle needed to be fought. Sometimes wisdom meant retreating. Sometimes strength meant waiting. As years passed, the forest around him slowly changed. Human roads pushed deeper into the wilderness. Fields replaced old hunting grounds. Strange noises echoed through places that were once silent. The fox became more cautious with every passing season. Many nights, he stood at the border between forest and farmland, staring into unfamiliar lights glowing in the distance. There was uncertainty in those moments. Not fear exactly, but a quiet understanding that the world was changing faster than he could control. Still, he endured. More than once, danger nearly caught him. A hidden trap beneath leaves. The distant crack of a rifle. The scent of dogs carried on cold wind. But somehow, with graceful instinct and careful patience, the fox always disappeared back into shadow before harm could reach him. People often misunderstand creatures like the red fox. They think retreat is weakness. But the fox never retreated because he lacked courage. He retreated because he valued peace more than conflict. He understood that dignity sometimes means walking away from noise before it destroys your spirit. That quiet wisdom shaped every part of his life. Even in old age, when his once lightning-fast movements became slower and more deliberate, the fox carried himself with quiet elegance. His body aged, but his awareness deepened. He no longer chased every opportunity or explored every distant trail. Instead, he spent more time resting beneath bushes, observing the rhythm of the forest with calm acceptance. He watched young foxes stumble through their first hunts. He listened to owls calling across frozen valleys. He sat silently while snow fell through moonlight like drifting ash. And little by little, the fox became something greater than a hunter wandering the woods. He became part of the forest itself. A memory inside the trees. A flicker of orange between shadows. A symbol of quiet endurance. Perhaps that is why the sight of a red fox feels so magical to people. For just a moment, when that glowing figure slips silently through autumn leaves, the world feels softer. Slower. More peaceful. Maybe we envy him. In a world full of endless noise, pressure, and exhaustion, the fox asks for very little. A safe place to rest. A warm den during winter. A quiet path beneath the trees. Enough freedom to keep moving forward at his own pace. And maybe that is enough for us too. Tonight, as darkness settles outside your window and the world gradually grows still, imagine the red fox continuing his journey through the sleeping forest. The wind moves gently through bare branches above him. Moonlight spills across frozen leaves. Far away, snow begins to fall in silence. The fox keeps walking calmly into the deeper woods, carrying with him the warmth of autumn even as winter closes in around the earth. And as his glowing shape slowly disappears into the endless forest night, perhaps you can let go of the weight you carried through the day. The worries that followed you. The thoughts that refused to quiet down. Let them drift away like fallen leaves carried by a cold river. Like the red fox, you do not need to outrun the world tonight. You only need to rest within it. So close your eyes now. Listen to the quiet. Feel the warmth around you. And follow the fox gently into the deepest and most peaceful sleep. Deep within the dense forest, there is always a soft rustling sound drifting gently through the fallen leaves. It moves slowly beneath the trees like a quiet rhythm carried by the wind itself. Tonight, beneath the warm glow of a fading fire, let us follow that sound into the hidden world of the Coati family, and perhaps within their steady footsteps, rediscover a sense of safety the modern world has long forgotten. As evening settled over the forest, the last traces of sunlight dissolved into deep shades of amber and brown. Shadows stretched quietly across the earth while the ancient trees swayed beneath a cooling breeze. Somewhere beyond the thick undergrowth, a line of small figures emerged from the darkness. Their movements were calm, deliberate, almost ceremonial. Together they crossed the forest floor in perfect rhythm, their paws brushing softly against dry leaves, creating the gentle sound that had echoed through these woods for generations. The coatis never truly walked alone. Even in silence, they moved as one living current flowing through the wilderness. Unlike many creatures who spent their lives fighting for territory, dominance, or solitude, the coatis built their world around togetherness. Their safety was not found in strength or speed, but in the quiet trust they carried for one another. At the center of the group walked an older coati whose fur had faded softly with age. His long striped tail swayed behind him while his narrow nose hovered carefully above the ground, sensing every shift in scent and movement. Around him, younger members of the family shuffled close together, occasionally brushing against one another as though seeking reassurance from simple contact alone. There was something deeply comforting about the way they traveled. No one rushed ahead. No one was abandoned behind. The entire family adjusted naturally to the pace of the slowest among them, as though they understood a truth many humans forget, that peace is often found not in reaching somewhere quickly, but in moving together without fear. The forest around them was alive with hidden sounds. Insects whispered beneath moss-covered bark. Distant streams hummed softly between the roots of ancient trees. Somewhere far above, unseen birds settled into sleep among the branches. Yet none of those sounds felt threatening while the coatis moved together. Their presence transformed the wilderness itself into something softer, warmer, almost protective. As night deepened, the air grew colder. Mist drifted low across the forest floor while moonlight filtered through the canopy in pale silver ribbons. The younger coatis stayed close to the older ones, occasionally pressing against their sides whenever the wind grew sharp. No words were exchanged. None were needed. Their comfort came from rhythm, closeness, and the steady certainty that no one would face the darkness alone. Life in the forest was never entirely gentle. Storms arrived without warning. Heavy rains flooded familiar paths. Predators sometimes lingered silently beyond the shadows. Yet even during difficult seasons, the coatis rarely surrendered to panic. They survived through cooperation, through instinctive trust, and through an almost sacred devotion to remaining connected. During violent storms, they would gather tightly beneath dense roots or hidden rock formations. Their bodies curled together into one warm cluster while rain hammered the forest around them. The young slept protected beneath layers of soft fur and steady breathing. In those moments, surrounded by darkness and thunder, the coatis created a small world of safety entirely through presence alone. The older coati understood this more deeply than anyone. Over many seasons he had watched forests change, rivers shift, and familiar pathways disappear beneath time. He had learned that survival was not about resisting every hardship with force. Sometimes survival simply meant staying close to those who carried warmth into your life. Many creatures misunderstood the coatis. To outsiders, they appeared endlessly occupied with simple things, searching beneath leaves, sniffing tree roots, wandering slowly through the undergrowth. Yet hidden within those quiet routines was a profound attentiveness to life itself. Every overturned leaf, every pause beside the earth, every synchronized movement through the forest formed part of an ancient dialogue with nature. The coatis listened to the world carefully. Their long noses searched not only for food, but for subtle changes carried in the air. A shift in moisture. A distant scent. The faint vibration of approaching danger. They remained deeply connected to the rhythms of the forest in a way modern life rarely allows. Perhaps that is why their presence feels so calming. They remind us that security does not always come from walls, possessions, or certainty about the future. Sometimes it comes simply from belonging. From walking beside others who know your pace. From hearing familiar footsteps beside your own in the dark. As years passed, the older coati grew slower. His movements became more measured, more thoughtful. Yet the family naturally adjusted around him without frustration or impatience. Younger members began walking closer to his side, learning quietly from his calm awareness. He no longer needed to prove himself through speed or strength. His wisdom lived within the rhythm of his presence. There were moments when sunlight pierced through the canopy in soft golden beams, warming patches of moss and fallen leaves. During those rare quiet afternoons, the older Coati would stop moving entirely. He would simply sit beneath the trees, eyes half closed, breathing slowly while the rest of the family rested nearby. In those still moments, he seemed less like an animal and more like the spirit of the forest itself, patient, grounded, and completely at peace with the passing of time. Eventually the moon climbed high above the forest, bathing the world in pale silver light. The Coati family finally reached a sheltered clearing hidden beneath tangled roots and ancient branches. One by one they curled together, their rustling movements slowly fading into silence. The soft sound that had followed them through the forest all night gradually disappeared into stillness. And perhaps tonight, you too can let your restless thoughts settle beside them. You do not need to carry every burden alone. You do not need to race endlessly through the noise of the world. Like the Coatis moving patiently beneath the trees, you are allowed to slow down. You are allowed to rest beside those who bring warmth into your life. So close your eyes now. Let the distant rustling of leaves soften the edges of your thoughts. Let the steady rhythm of the forest carry away your anxieties one by one. And as the night grows deeper, may you drift gently into sleep surrounded by the same quiet sense of belonging that guided the Coati family safely home beneath the moonlit trees. High above the restless world, where mountains disappear into clouds and silence stretches across endless snowfields, the snow leopard moves like a drifting shadow among stone and ice. He has turned away from the noise of the lowlands, choosing instead a life hidden within the cold breath of the high peaks. Tonight, let us sit beside the soft crackling of the fire and quietly step into the true life of the snow leopard. In the stillness embraced by mountains and winter winds, may every burden slowly loosen its grip, until only peace remains. Far below these towering cliffs, humanity races endlessly toward achievement, recognition, and noise. But above 4,000 meters, where the air grows thin and the earth falls silent, another way of living exists. The snow leopard has always belonged to that hidden world. He is not a ruler who seeks attention, nor a predator driven by spectacle. He is something quieter than that. A solitary spirit woven into the very fabric of stone, snow, and cloud. For centuries, people called him the ghost of the mountains. Not because he wished to disappear, but because he learned how to become part of the wilderness itself. His pale fur mirrors the frozen cliffs. His footsteps dissolve into powdery snow before the wind can even notice them. When he moves across the ridges, it feels less like watching an animal and more like watching the mountain dream. The snow leopard understands something that few creatures ever truly learn. Survival is not always about dominance. Sometimes it is about harmony. Instead of fighting against the mountain, he surrenders to its rhythm. He follows the contours of ancient stone. He listens to the changing voice of the wind. He accepts the cold without resentment and the loneliness without fear. His life began among jagged cliffs where every breath carried the sharpness of ice. From the moment he first stepped onto the frozen slopes, he was shaped by altitude, silence, and danger. One careless movement could mean falling into endless ravines below. Yet he never rushes. Every step is deliberate. Every pause is meaningful. He walks the mountains with a patience so complete that even the snow seems calmer around him. At dawn and dusk, when the sky glows silver blue over the peaks, the snow leopard often rests upon high ledges overlooking vast valleys buried beneath clouds. From there, he watches the world without needing to possess it. The mountains do not belong to him, yet he belongs completely to them. There is a quiet dignity in that relationship, a kind of freedom modern life rarely understands. He has witnessed storms powerful enough to erase entire paths from the mountainside. Blizzards have wrapped the world in white darkness for days at a time. But even in the harshest winters, the snow leopard remains calm. He lowers himself against the rock face, allowing his spotted coat to blend perfectly with the frozen terrain. In those moments, he becomes invisible, not out of fear, but out of trust in the wisdom of stillness. The mountains have taught him restraint. Unlike creatures that roar to prove their strength, the snow leopard survives through silence. He does not waste energy on unnecessary conflict. He does not chase what is beyond his reach. He knows that true power often arrives quietly, hidden beneath composure. And perhaps that is why his presence feels so healing. Watching him move through the high wilderness reminds us that solitude is not always emptiness. Sometimes solitude is clarity. Sometimes distance from the noise allows the soul to breathe again. There are nights when the moon casts pale blue light across glaciers and frozen ridges. On those silent nights, the snow leopard travels alone through valleys untouched by human footsteps. The stars above him burn cold and ancient. The only sound is the whisper of snow beneath his paws. In that endless stillness, he carries no regret for choosing isolation. The mountains have already given him everything he truly needs. As years pass, the world below continues to grow louder. Roads spread deeper into forgotten lands. Human voices echo farther into valleys once ruled only by wind. But the snow leopard does not answer the chaos with anger. Instead, he retreats farther into the hidden places of the mountains, protecting the sacred quiet that shaped his spirit. There is something deeply noble in that choice. Not cowardice. Not escape. But the understanding that peace must sometimes be guarded carefully, like a fragile flame in the middle of winter. Maybe you, too, have dreamed of disappearing into a quieter place. A place beyond expectations, beyond noise, beyond the endless pressure to explain yourself. The snow leopard understands that longing better than anyone. His life is proof that you do not need the world's attention to possess worth. You do not need constant companionship to feel complete. Sometimes the deepest form of healing comes from returning to your own inner wilderness and allowing yourself to simply exist there in silence. As the fire beside us begins to dim, the mountains grow darker beneath the night sky. Far away, hidden among cliffs wrapped in drifting snow, the snow leopard curls into the shelter of cold stone. His long tail wraps gently around his body, protecting warmth against the endless alpine wind. Tonight, may you rest as he does. Hidden safely from the storms beyond your thoughts. Let the weight you no longer need drift away like snow falling silently into deep valleys below. And as sleep slowly carries you into stillness, may the spirit of the snow leopard remain beside you, quiet and unseen, guiding you gently into the calmest and most peaceful dream of all. In the quiet heart of the wetlands, where tall reeds sway beneath the silver light of the moon, a fishing cat waits without making a sound. The water moves gently around him, carrying ripples through the dark shallows, but he remains perfectly still, as if he has become part of the marsh itself. His patience is not weakness. It is wisdom born from a life spent listening more than chasing. Tonight, as the fire crackles softly beside us, let us leave behind the noise of the modern world and step into the hidden life of this quiet hunter. In the slow-breathing rhythm of the wetland, where frogs sing beneath drifting mist and water reflects the stars like shattered glass, the fishing cat teaches us something most people have forgotten. Peace does not come from controlling the world. It comes from learning how to move gently within it. The fishing cat has never cared for speed. He does not race across open fields like a cheetah, nor does he roar his presence into the night like larger predators. Instead, he survives through silence. Every movement is careful. Every step is measured. Even the water beneath his paws barely notices he is there. As a young cub, he learned quickly that the wetlands reward those who are willing to wait. The riverbanks are unpredictable places. Water levels rise without warning. Storms reshape entire stretches of land overnight. Fish vanish. New scents drift in from unfamiliar territories. Yet through all of this uncertainty, the fishing cat remains calm. He watches. He listens. He adapts. Hours may pass before he finally moves. Sometimes he stands beside the water so long that dragonflies land near him without fear. The reeds bend with the wind around his body while the moon slowly climbs higher into the sky. To another creature, such stillness might feel unbearable. But for the fishing cat, stillness is where life reveals itself. Beneath the surface of the water, tiny vibrations travel outward. A fish shifts through mud. A frog breaks the tension of the current. The fishing cat notices everything. Then, in a single perfect instant, he strikes. Not with violence. Not with rage. Simply with certainty. The wetlands have taught him that survival is less about force and more about timing. This lesson has shaped every part of who he is. When heavy rains flood the marshlands, he does not panic. He retreats deeper into the reeds and waits for the waters to settle. When larger predators wander too close, he slips away into hidden channels where shadows protect him. He understands something humans often forget. Not every battle must be fought. Sometimes the wisest choice is simply to protect your peace. Night after night, the fishing cat wanders through a world built from quiet details. The cool touch of mud beneath his paws. The distant sound of insects humming in the dark. The reflection of pale moonlight trembling across black water. His life may appear lonely to outsiders, but it is not empty. The wetland is always speaking to him. And slowly, if we are willing to listen, it begins speaking to us too. Many people spend their lives chasing larger and larger dreams, believing happiness exists somewhere far ahead of them. But the fishing cat asks a different question. What if peace has been beside you the entire time? What if the answer was never hidden in speed, achievement, or endless movement? What if it was waiting quietly in the spaces between moments? The fishing cat does not need the world to notice him. He does not measure his worth through attention or applause. The reeds do not praise him for surviving another night. The river does not reward him for his patience. Yet he continues forward with quiet dignity, completely at home within his own rhythm. There is something deeply comforting about that. In a world that constantly demands more from us, the fishing cat survives by wanting less. A safe stretch of water. A quiet place to rest. Enough food to greet another dawn. His needs are simple, and because of that simplicity, his spirit remains light. Even during the coldest nights, when mist settles low across the marsh and darkness swallows the horizon, he never appears truly afraid. He curls beside the reeds, his breathing slow and steady, trusting the wetland that raised him. The world around him may change endlessly, but he knows how to remain grounded within himself. Perhaps that is why watching him feels almost healing. He reminds us that exhaustion often comes from carrying too much. Too many worries. Too many expectations. Too many voices demanding our attention all at once. The fishing cat survives because he narrows his focus to what truly matters. The next step. The next breath. The gentle movement of water beneath the moon. And maybe we can learn from that. Maybe peace is not something we must travel across the world to find. Maybe it begins the moment we allow ourselves to slow down. The moment we stop fighting every current. The moment we sit quietly enough to hear our own inner world again. As midnight deepens over the wetlands, the fishing cat disappears once more into the tall grass. His body melts into the shadows until only faint ripples remain across the water's surface. There is no grand farewell. No dramatic ending. Only silence returning to silence. Yet somehow, his absence leaves warmth behind. Tonight, if your thoughts feel heavy and sleep seems far away, imagine yourself beside that quiet marsh. Imagine cool night air brushing gently against your skin. Imagine the soft sound of water moving through reeds beneath the moonlight. And somewhere nearby, hidden within the silver shadows, the fishing cat waits peacefully, asking nothing from the world except the right to exist quietly within it. Let the noise drift away. Let the rushing thoughts sink slowly beneath the water. And like the fishing cat resting safely within the breathing wetlands, allow yourself to soften, to loosen your grip on the day, and finally drift into a deep and peaceful sleep. As evening slowly spread across the endless forest, the final glow of sunlight stretched the black bear's heavy shadow across the earth. Cold wind drifted gently through the pine trees, carrying the scent of moss, damp soil, and distant snow hidden deep within the mountains. Somewhere far away, winter was quietly approaching. The black bear walked alone beneath the fading sky. His steps were slow and steady, pressing softly into the thick layer of fallen leaves. He did not move with urgency, nor did he search for conflict. While other creatures chased territory, food, or dominance, the black bear spent most of his life searching for something far quieter. A place where he could finally let down his guard. Few would ever imagine that beneath his massive body and intimidating strength lived such a deeply solitary spirit. To the outside world, he appeared powerful, almost untouchable. Yet within him existed a silence so profound that even the forest seemed to soften whenever he passed through it. For many years, he wandered through forests that changed with every season. He watched green valleys turn gold beneath autumn sunlight. He endured storms that swallowed entire mountains in rain and fog. He crossed frozen rivers beneath pale moonlight while snow gathered silently on his thick fur. Through it all, he remained distant from the chaos of the world around him. The black bear was never searching for applause or recognition. He was searching for peace. Sometimes he would climb to the top of a quiet ridge and stare across the endless forest for hours without moving. Wind rolled through the valleys below while clouds drifted slowly across the night sky. In those moments, the loneliness humans feared so deeply felt almost sacred to him. It was not emptiness. It was freedom. As darkness settled deeper between the trees, the black bear would eventually return to the hidden hollow tree he had carefully chosen long ago. The entrance was small and hidden beneath roots, almost invisible unless one knew exactly where to look. Inside, however, warmth waited patiently for him. The hollow tree was more than a shelter. It was the only place where his breathing truly slowed. Every year before winter arrived, he prepared it with extraordinary care. He gathered dry branches one by one. He carried soft moss between his jaws and spread it gently across the ground. Sometimes he would spend entire nights arranging leaves and bark until the space felt perfect. Watching him during these moments revealed a completely different creature. The powerful bear capable of surviving brutal winters suddenly appeared quiet and delicate, almost vulnerable. His movements became careful and deeply focused, as though he were not building a simple resting place, but a sanctuary for his exhausted soul. And perhaps that was exactly what he was doing. Because the black bear understood something few others ever learned. Survival was not only about enduring pain. It was also about creating warmth. There were nights when violent storms shook the forest without mercy. Rain hammered against the trees while freezing wind swept across the mountains. During those endless dark hours, the black bear remained curled safely inside his hollow tree, listening to the storm pass around him. He had learned long ago that the world could be harsh beyond measure. But he had also learned that peace could still exist within small protected spaces. That understanding changed him. While many creatures fought endlessly against the world, the black bear slowly mastered the art of retreating inward. He discovered how to calm his racing thoughts simply by listening to his own breathing. He learned how to sit in complete silence without feeling afraid of it. In the darkness of the hollow tree, he became familiar with every hidden corner of himself. Over time, solitude stopped feeling like punishment. It became comfort. Many misunderstood him because of his appearance. They saw only strength, claws, and survival instinct. Few recognized the deeply introspective spirit hidden beneath the thick black fur. Even while searching for food, the black bear avoided unnecessary noise. He moved carefully through the forest, quietly distancing himself from conflict whenever possible. He lived close enough to the world to survive, but far enough away to protect his peace. As years passed, age slowly softened him. The sharp intensity that once filled his eyes gradually transformed into something calmer and wiser. He no longer cared about struggles that once seemed important. Competition faded into irrelevance. The forest itself had taught him that nothing truly lasts forever, neither hardship nor triumph. So he began spending more time simply sitting beneath the trees. He listened to the sound of wind moving through branches high above him. He watched snowflakes drift silently into rivers. Sometimes he closed his eyes and allowed the forest to breathe around him as though he were becoming part of it. In those quiet moments, the black bear was not merely resting. He was healing. Without words, his life carried a simple truth. No matter how loud or exhausting the world becomes, every soul needs a hidden place where it can finally feel safe again. A place free from performance. A place free from fear. A place where nothing is demanded of you. For the black bear, that place was the hollow tree buried deep within the forest. And perhaps, for humans, such a place exists too. On the first night of heavy snowfall, the black bear finally returned to his shelter for winter. Snow drifted gently across the entrance while cold wind whispered through the dark forest outside. Slowly, he lowered his exhausted body onto the thick bed of moss he had prepared so carefully. The outside world faded almost instantly. Inside the hollow tree, everything felt warm, soft, and still. The black bear closed his eyes. His breathing became deep and steady as tension slowly disappeared from his body. The storms of the world could continue beyond the trees, but here, hidden within darkness and silence, he no longer needed to fight against anything. At last, he had returned to himself. And as the forest disappeared beneath layers of falling snow, the black bear drifted peacefully into sleep, carrying with him nothing except the quiet warmth of belonging. Out on the wide open plains of southern Africa, where dry grass sways beneath the night wind and the stars stretch endlessly overhead, the black-footed cat moves quietly through the darkness. Tiny enough to disappear beneath the tall grass, he is easy to overlook. Most people would never imagine that one of the world's smallest wild cats could also be one of its fiercest and most focused hunters. But the black-footed cat has never needed attention to survive. He does not roar like a lion or race across the plains like a cheetah. He does not command the landscape through size or strength. Instead, he lives through patience, awareness, and an almost unbelievable level of concentration. In the silence of the wilderness, he has mastered something many humans struggle to hold onto for even a few minutes at a time: complete presence. Tonight, as the fire crackles softly beside us and the world outside grows quieter, let us step gently into the life of this remarkable little hunter. In his careful footsteps and watchful eyes, there is a lesson about peace hidden inside the ordinary moments we so often rush past. The African night feels endless. As the heat of the day slowly fades, cool air settles across the open land. Insects begin their endless songs. Distant owls call from somewhere beyond the horizon. And beneath the silver glow of moonlight, the black-footed cat emerges from his hidden shelter. At first, he barely seems real. His spotted coat blends perfectly with the dry earth and pale grass around him. His dark paws move almost silently across the ground, soft enough to avoid making the smallest sound. Every step is deliberate. Every movement is measured. He does not waste energy. He does not hurry. The modern world often teaches people that faster is better. Faster work. Faster goals. Faster success. But the black-footed cat survives by trusting slowness. He understands that rushing creates mistakes, and mistakes in the wilderness can cost everything. So he pays attention instead. He notices the movement of grass bending against the wind. He hears the faint scratching of a mouse beneath the dirt. He senses vibrations in the ground that most creatures would completely miss. While larger animals depend on power, the black-footed cat depends on awareness. And somehow, that awareness becomes its own kind of strength. There are nights when he may travel miles beneath the stars, searching carefully through the darkness for food. Yet even during those long hours, there is no frustration in him. No panic. No desperation. He simply continues forward with quiet focus, one careful step at a time. That is what makes him extraordinary. Scientists often describe the black-footed cat as one of the deadliest hunters in Africa because of his remarkable success rate. But numbers alone do not explain who he truly is. What makes him special is not only his skill. It is the deep stillness behind every action. He knows how to wait. Sometimes he will remain perfectly motionless beside a patch of grass for long stretches of time, his eyes fixed on a single point in the darkness. The world around him keeps moving. Wind brushes through the plains. Clouds drift across the moon. Tiny insects crawl across the earth. But the black-footed cat remains completely focused. In those moments, he is not distracted by yesterday or worried about tomorrow. He exists entirely within the present. Perhaps that is why his life feels strangely peaceful, even in such a harsh environment. Humans often exhaust themselves chasing too many things at once. We divide our attention endlessly, carrying unfinished thoughts, worries, and expectations everywhere we go. Even while resting, many minds continue racing. But the black-footed cat teaches another way to live. Focus on what is directly in front of you. Breathe inside the moment you are already standing in. The wilderness itself seems to reward him for this mindset. Because he stays alert and connected to his surroundings, he becomes part of the landscape rather than separate from it. The dry grass no longer hides him. The night no longer feels lonely. Even silence becomes a companion. As midnight deepens, the plains grow colder. The stars sharpen overhead like scattered pieces of ice across the sky. Somewhere in the distance, larger predators roam through the darkness. Life here is never completely safe. And yet the black-footed cat does not carry fear the way humans do. He respects danger, but he does not obsess over it. If the wind changes, he adapts. If the landscape becomes difficult, he adjusts his path. He understands something simple but powerful: survival does not come from controlling the world. It comes from learning how to move gracefully within it. That lesson feels especially important now. So many people spend their lives trying to control every outcome, every future possibility, every uncertain detail. But the black-footed cat cannot control the weather, the drought, or the movements of larger predators. What he can control is his attention. His patience. His ability to remain calm within the life he has been given. And perhaps that is enough. As the years pass, the black-footed cat grows older. His movements become slightly slower. His body carries the memory of long nights beneath cold skies. But age does not take away his awareness. If anything, it deepens it. He becomes even quieter. Even more precise. The wilderness shapes him gently over time, polishing his instincts into something almost effortless. By now, he knows every hidden path through the grasslands. Every safe burrow. Every shift in the wind before a storm arrives. He no longer fights against the world around him. He moves with it. There is peace in that kind of acceptance. As dawn finally begins to rise, soft golden light spills slowly across the horizon. The black-footed cat pauses for one final moment atop a small mound of earth. The morning wind brushes through his fur as he looks out across the endless plains. Then, without ceremony, he disappears quietly back into the grass. No applause follows him. No one notices his return to silence. And still, his life remains complete. Tonight, as sleep slowly finds its way toward you, imagine the calm rhythm of the wilderness beneath the stars. Imagine cool wind moving through endless grass while a tiny wild cat walks carefully through the darkness, guided only by patience and trust in the present moment. Let your thoughts slow down. Let the noise inside your mind begin to fade. You do not need to carry everything tonight. Like the black-footed cat beneath the African sky, you are allowed to focus only on this breath, this moment, this quiet piece of peace you have right now. And maybe, within that stillness, you will rediscover the calm your heart has been searching for all along.